participate. So that very particular struggle is what we are seeing, and that is why you see that the convention has been postponed almost twice. Then you bring the factors of the people that are called the short, the governors. Most of the governors want to become senators. Some of them want to become a president. Some want to become a vice presidential candidate, and all of this. So you find a lot of opposing tendencies within the same party, fighting for the supremacy of the party, because the politicians in Nigeria are all agreed that if you control the party structure, the likelihood that you win the ticket for the election is certain. So that is why you see a lot of struggle, a lot of opposing tendencies, and then infighting.
All right, thank you very much, Abamusu. And I'll just tell Professor Abiodun to stand by, because Ruth Aguele is still also on there at the Eagle Square. Ruth, where are you exactly? And then what is happening in your corner of the Eagle Square?
Bisaya. We're presently at the Eagle Square. It's a beehive of activities here. A lot of delegates have already arrived. We're still expecting more delegates, talking about the top dignitaries who are expected to be here at the Eagle Square. We have 4,000 delegates are expected to be here. There will be voting 66 officials, 21 National Working Committee, and 45 non-National Working Committee who are expected to lead the affairs of the All Progressives Congress in the next 4 years. I tell you, anxiety is high here. The stakes are high. The expectations, of course, people want to see who these leaders will be. But let me take you back. Let me take you into the legal matters a little bit. You remember just last week, the interim order seeking to stop this convention was vacated. And just yesterday, we're seeing another controversy. The People's Democratic Party went to file a suit before the Federal High Court, Abuja, seeking to declare this convention illegal. And they're also seeking an issue from the courts to order the deregistration of the APC, claiming that the political party is allegedly illegal according to Section 222, 223, and 225 of the Constitution. Now, a lot of issues around this convention, but I tell you, the All Progressives Congress delegates who are here don't care. They just want to see this convention happen. And it's already happening, though the main activity has not started in full. People are still expecting delegates to come in and be ready for the action of the day. Ajia is here with me, and he's also going to give us an update.
All right, thank you, studio. And this is one auspicious day in the political history of Nigeria. And like Ruth has said, it is a serious event in this place, as delegates from the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT are already here. And very soon or later, other dignitaries talking about government functionaries who are also members of the ruling party will be here. But it is also important that we also let you know that the All Progressives Congress, that is the APC, is one party that came through a merger or alliance, if you want to call it. And if our history is very correct, this is one merger that came in February 6, 2013. And you will agree with me also, which it is also known in the public that it is a merger that came about as a result of the Congress for Progressive Change of the current president then, the Action Congress of Nigeria, the ACN, and also the a faction of ABGA, and also the All Nigerian People's Party, that is the ANPP. Leaders of these great parties agreed to form an alliance in order to wrestle power from the ruling People's Democratic Party then. And it came to pass because so many doubting Thomases around whether it could work or not, but history has recorded it that this party came to be. And one historic thing about it is that as the build-up to 2015, they gathered more momentum and they went into that election and were able to defeat a sitting president, then President Goodluck Jonathan of the People's Democratic Party, which President Muhammadu Buhari, who is still the president now, was able to defeat him in that contest, and that very moment remained historic. But as time went on, the APC continued to also grow from strength to strength and also in number. And after that, 2019 came up, and they were thinking, PDP was thinking to also come back to power, but the popularity of the president is still working for him and for the party, and he was able to be re-elected in 2019. And today, the party is still working stronger and also thinking of also sustaining the gains as they build up to the 2023 general elections.
Thank you very much, Aja.
Okay.
Thank you very much, guys. We hope that we'll come to you again. Ajia has been reading some recent history of the APC, but I will still give it to Ruth, who was able to quote me some sections of the Electoral Act 222, 223, 225. Ruth, you are too good. Let's move on now here in the studio, and Professor Adeni is here with us. Prof, you are seeing the ambience. A few hours to decision time, and this is APC's date with destiny.
Yeah, yeah, it's an exciting one. It's a festival for the party, and more importantly, it just tells us that we can now reinvest our hope in our political process. Since we are having one of the behemoths, the APC being one of them, PDP is another, among the list of political parties we have. One of the behemoths getting things right. It's been very worrisome in the last couple of months, even last few years, and when we've been seeing several postponements, several stalemates, creating fears in the minds of observers over what else they need to do to get things right, Now that we're at that stage where they are celebratory, where they are hoping to have their officials in place, at the national level and across the state, well, it's a cause for celebration. But more importantly, we just hope that, beyond the consensus, beyond the election of officials, going further into the main election, they will also be able to put their acts together, so that we can have a rancor-free process of electing their flag bearers ahead of the main election, where it will move beyond intra-party contestation to inter-party. In that case, we'll be expecting the electoral umpire to also be above board, to be speak and span in the way they manage the processes. But overall, I think it's not just good for the political party, but it's also a welcome development for our democratic process. Do not forget that a democratic process is still evolving. There are still concerns, even though we're 22 or 23 years down the line, there are still concerns about how we are able to resolve our difference. We still have a challenge in this, and that's why we see several stalemates, several difficulty in arriving at decision. We are still concerned about winning at all costs. It's not just happening in the general election, but even within political parties, we still see these tendencies. At what point will we be able to be sacrificial, have that sacrificial mindset, that mindset to be altruistic, to be above board, to show the greater grace, and conceding defeat and calling the opponent that probably has won the election and saying, congratulations. At what point are we going to get there? That's the level at which we will now say, okay, our democracy has matured, because it is because of our inability, to be conciliatory, to be gracious, be gallant in defeat. That's why we're seeing endless contestation, endless disputation, leading to the intervention of the judiciary. And when the judiciary keep intervening endlessly, of course, we know the result. That's why we're having it manifesting at different levels, even where governors have emerged, where senators have emerged, House of Representatives, officials have emerged across the line, across board. You still find them moving in and out of courts, And when this happens, at what point will they not be able to concentrate into the bigger, the more important business of statecraft? Our democracy needs this paradigm shift from electioneering process, the bitterness of electioneering process, to the nobility of governance, which is usually for the greater good of the people and the stability of the system, as the case could be.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Abiodun Adeni, for your intervention. Now, we will take a short break now. This is a live coverage, of course, of the APC National Convention 2022. When we return, we shall be discussing a letter.
United and stronger, we are APC.
We are looking forward to a peaceful convention where national leaders will emerge that will lead us to solidify on the gains that we have made, strengthen our party, strengthen our platform and our resolve and our ability to continue to deliver to Nigerians.
We are working very hard round the clock to ensure that we deliver the National Convention on the 26th of March 2022.
We're already putting all the arrangements to ensure a very smooth convention.
We're going to this convention stronger than ever before, and we shall come out like a diamond.
The APC National Convention, stronger and more united for a greater Nigeria. Join us on Saturday, 26th March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja.
This Saturday, 26th of March at the famous Eagle Square, Abuja, APC delegates from across Nigeria will gather to elect a new leadership that will take our great party to the next phase. Esteemed party members, the task ahead marks the beginning of our quest for a worthy successor who will continue the outstanding legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari. Let us elect candidates who are committed to the change agenda and candidates that adhere to Mr. President's heart. And then we will elect a presidential candidate in the coming weeks who will continue, consolidate, and expand the achievements of Mr. President. As we do this, let us think about a loyalist. Think about a candidate whose candidature will end the agitations for a president from the southeast and south-south. Think about a great economist, Godwin Ifeanyichukwu Emefiele, a man that has saved the country from countless economic recessions and challenges, a man that believes wholly in the change agenda of Mr. President. This message is sung by Maple Support Group.
United and stronger, working for a better Nigeria. APC.
We've had our own fair share of differences of opinion, of contention, of debates, of robust arguments, but these are all geared towards building a much stronger entity, a much stronger party.
There is nothing that is greater than the unity of APC, because APC remains the hope of this country.
This party, the APC, is already united. The governors are united. Our major stakeholders are united. And we are going into this convention also united.
The APC National Convention, consolidating our unity on a solid foundation of peace and progress on Saturday, 26 March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja.
Thank you for staying with us. It's still the live telecast of the APC National Convention 2022, and I still have my guests with me, Dr. Abdulrahman Abu-Amisu, a researcher and public affairs analyst, and Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, Department of Mass Communication, Based University, Abuja. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, the letter is out, so I'm just going to read it from my phone as it's coming, and it is with the message of Senator George Akume. Is directed to the chairman, APC Election Subcommittee, National Secretariat, Abuja, and it says, may I kindly refer to the appeal by Mr. President for the chairmanship aspirants of our great party to agree to a consensus arrangement wherein our colleague, His Excellency, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, is made our consensus candidate for the chairmanship position, and forward letters of withdrawals from the underlisted aspirants to it, His Excellency, Senator Tanko Almakura. Number 2 is His Excellency Senator George Akume. Third, His Excellency Abdulaziz Yari. Fourth, Senator Sani Mohammed. And then fifth, Esu Mohammed, as well as number 6, Turaki Salifu Mustafa. So we had 7 contestants. Six contestants have sent in their letters, withdrawing from it and endorsing their colleague, His Excellency Senator Abdullahi Adamu to be made a consensus candidate. Professor Dini.
Yeah, I think that's a welcome development. It is not unexpected in an arrangement like this. Consensus simply means an acquiescence. It means an agreement. It means there has been sufficient consultation among the aspirants, and they have come to a conclusion on who they think, should emerge as their chairman. And in this instance, of course, we know where the subtle authority is coming from. It's coming from the president, who we're told, prefers one candidate amongst the lot, And it doesn't mean that the other candidate is not also good, but at the end of the day, even if 100 people are contesting, one person will have to emerge. We cannot have, because the constitution does not permit two chairmen emerging. So one person has to emerge at the end of the day, and the circumstance, the president went for Abdullah Adamu, which is okay. It saves it saves them a lot of time, douses anxiety, subdues tension. Can also be cost effective. It's a less rancorous process, and it's helpful to the stabilization of their party. Imagine if there was an election now, and of course, someone at the end of the day result is declared, and somebody disagrees with it and goes to court. Of course, we know what can come thereafter. It will elongate the process of having a chairman. So consensus is acceptable, in my own opinion. It's one process apart from the electioneering process, the voting process. One process of having leaders emerge. So it's a welcome development. But what happens to the other positions as well? Would there also be consensus around it? Is there going to be a consensual process towards the determination of those who will emerge? Populating those the respective positions. Would that we'll still see in the course of time. But we are, in this circumstance, through this letter, we're having one person signing on behalf of others. We are sure that all names mentioned on that list, have also agreed. Have they sent their individual letters? If they have done that, when of course then this letter is rock solid. But if not, then there are still questions to be asked. But in the circumstance, taken on the face value, consensus is generally a welcome development because it's a legitimate process of electing leaders.
All right, Dr. Boamisu, one of the scriptures said that many are called, few are chosen. In this case, 7 were called, but 1 has been chosen.
Well, we know if one is chosen after the convention. Consensus, as Prof said, is good. It saves time, it saves a lot of energy, it's rancor-free, especially when it is not imposed on the people. If it is imposed, well, the letter will suffice at this moment, but after the convention, the real war will start. Because a lot of them will say, look, we're under duress and we just acted in the best interest of the people that wanted us to do it at that moment, and so that we will not embarrass the party, but we do not agree. As Prof equally pointed out, if tomorrow somebody comes up to say, I was not a party to that letter because the letter was not personally coming from me, I did not sign that letter, what happened? So, you see, I don't know, but we have a serious problem in this country. We trivialize things that we're not supposed to trivialize. The issue of party convention is more than the common affairs of APC members, because this APC is a vehicle to occupying public office in this country. Whatever affects this very particular party or any other party that did not get its convention right affect the entire machinery of governance, the economy, government policies. And it is shameful that at this point in time, almost after 22 years of democracy, we do not even know who the delegates are. The list keeps changing. The delegate 5 years ago is different from the delegate this year.
But that's natural, isn't it?
We do not have solid. Is that how democracy is supposed to be practiced?
Because there are some processes, Doctor, we've talked about this before now. In this case, issues we had guests during the week who were talking about those who may even have issues that are in court at the moment. Perhaps to, not to further complicate the process, they are excused and people brought because of some future litigation that may come up. Because, for instance, we have issues of Cross River State where the court said that members of the State Assembly have some issues and they should vacate their seats and all that. Those ones, if they come in and participate in this, it could open, another.
But I think Doc is concerned about predictability of the process. Where we're not just concerned about what the constitution, their party, their constitution says about organizing convention, but about participants in the convention process. And because details are often shifty and motivated by some other yardsticks other than the ideal, maybe some kind of mobilization, handout, inducement, and all of that. We need a much more systemic process where you can predict where the delegates will come from. Of course, we know passings will change. Sometimes people may belong to one party. At other times, they could go to some other party. There might be changes.
That's an issue on its own.
I think he's talking about predictability and ability for us to be much more definitive about representation in the political process. That's my thinking. But it's okay for the party to be a little more careful in who attends this convention, because it might just be a booby trap if they are not careful, because someone else might go to court tomorrow and have a very solid ground to say that there was still litigation in my state. Officials were not in place. So how did you come about selecting certain number of delegates in a situation where we were still in court? I think they're just trying to avoid this booby trap. And of course, technicalities can affect.
Let me go back to
some of this
Doctor.
process. Yes.
So for the APC and perhaps other parties who are watching. What will now be the final expectation at the end of a convention like this? The party is expected to come out much stronger.
Yeah.
But what are the pitfalls? What are the booby traps? As if I'm quoting, Professor Adeni.
That is exactly the point I was making.
In a situation like this.
Well, that was the point I was making. You see, the consensus among politicians in Nigeria is control the party and you get the nomination. So from convention, from the delegates, down to any office that's supposed to be occupied in that convention, you have people that are responsible for that. People are responsible for catering for the interests of the delegate, right from the ward level, where they are picked through the senatorial zones up to the national delegate level. So some individuals control them. So if I need to contest for any position in any party in Nigeria, I must know those people that are controlling the delegate from each state. So the negotiation will be between me and the person that is controlling the delegate, not the delegate themselves. So if at that point, I realize that my ambition will not be taken care of, what will happen is we create alibi that will enable us to do what? To decamp from the party immediately after the convention. So what we're likely to see is going to be alignment and realignment post-convention. There are persons that this particular consensus candidate stuff did not favor. And they know immediately that, okay, maybe the chairman will not even work for us. It's going to work for those interests that propose consensus candidate that produce them. So what such individuals will do, if the chairman lacks the capacity to ensure that they remain within the party, is to jump ship to move to another party. And this is the encouragement. You that were in party A for more than 10 years, as soon as somebody comes from party B to party A, that person, as influential as he is, becomes the new sheriff in town in that party. And the structure of the party is handed over to that new entrant. So you that are in the party will not have anything to do other than to decamp. And that is why you see that post-convention or post-election, you find a lot of people cross-carpeting from one party to the other. It's about interest. And that was why I said, if it were to be the interest of the party that is paramount, you don't have any option to say that, okay, the collective interest of our members should be what should guide me. So I'm not going to court, I'm not going to decamp. But how many of our politicians can do that? So I assure you, not only APC's convention, after APC's convention, after PDP's convention, any other party, you will see a lot of cross-carpeting in this country.
All right, that's almost. Let me not qualify. Dr. Amisu's intervention there, but he has made some points, and does this strengthen our democracy? A situation where somebody would deliver to you 25 delegates, for instance, they don't have any mind of their own. And they are also members of the party, just like you. Yeah. They should have their preferences as well. But how are we evolving in our democracy? We are putting the Nigerian flavor to the democracy.
And that's the point I think we alluded to earlier, that in terms of the physical development of our democratic structure, the tangible development of the growth of our democracy, we're making progress. But when it comes to the intangible, there are still questions to ask. And what do I mean by the intangibles? We're talking about the attitude.
Prof, please, I would like to, because I understand that there's some events, things happening right there at the Eagle Square. Maybe also put some color to your intervention. Kelvin Ewona is right there at the Eagle Square. Kelvin, can you just tell me a bit of what is happening there? I can see you with His Excellency Governor of Niger State. So tell us a bit of what is happening. We'll go back to Kelvin. He's still...
Thursday, Governor of Niger State, Abuja, Sir, this convention is finally here. In terms of organization and outcome of this convention today, what are we expecting to see?
Okay, first of all, let me thank you, NTA, and all the other media stations. They've been quite supportive in this process. We planned this convention very well. As you're aware, we have the caretaker and extraordinary convention planning committee, of which I'm a part of. The caretaker committee is the main committee overseeing the entire convention, and we have subcommittees where you have like Soweto Domingo and other subcommittees, and they were all given their responsibilities. And last I came here sometime in the late hours of last night, I found out everything has been put in place and we're ready to go. So as you can see, the place is well organized, even though a bit chaotic outside, trying to get in here. But in here it's very organized. The security agency did very well. So we're waiting for the delegates, last batch of delegates to come in, then the convention will start fully.
From their own expectation, what are you expecting after this convention going forward for the APC?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Going forward for the APC after this convention, in terms of approaching the next general election, all the crises that we have seen.
Well, this convention is the first process. Probably one of the most tedious part of the election process. After the convention, once the National Working Committee settles down, it gives them time to see the next line of action. So with the new Electoral Act, I think primaries for political offices will start almost immediately. So anyone that is vying for any particular office, immediately after convention, hopefully we should see some activity. Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
My son. We just spoke with the governor of Niger State, Abubakar Sani Bello, who is a very key player in the organization of this convention. For what we have seen here, we will set any moment from now. Delegates are already seated in their various boxes, designated for the various states, and we are expecting that any time from 3 o'clock, the President, Muhammadu Buhari, will join this convention. And of course, that will officially signal the commencement of the whole process here.
Thank you very much, Kelvin Ewona. Thank you for that. And of course, I enjoyed the interview with the governor of Niger State, His Excellency Sani Bello, there. It's too early to lose your voice. Try to get a sip of water because we're going to be here all day. Let me just welcome into the studio Professor Nuhu Yakub, Professor of Political Science and former Vice Chancellor of the University of Abuja and Sokoto State University. Prof, thank you for coming.
Thank you so very much for inviting me.
So we were discussing just before Kelvin brought the governor to give us some interventions from this Eagle Square. So please make your point.
Yeah, I was trying to make a decision between the physical growth of our democracy and the intangible growth. In terms of the tangible growth, I think we're making progress. We are having INEC, trying to improve on their efficiency, on their productivity, by perfecting the electoral process to minimize rigging and limit the human intervention in the entire process, which often leads to manipulation. So we are witnessing this growth. The parties are consolidating, but there's still another element which is very fundamental, which is which I call the intangible, that borders on the attitude of the people, the practitioners, the political practitioners, and that's why people simply say that we don't have democrats, we simply have politicians. And at the point, I hope that we'll be able to get to that stage where we'll look beyond material gains, profiteering, where political contestation will not be equated with an opportunity to profiteer for material or personal self-aggrandizement. That will look at the greater value of improvement impacting on the system. But now we still have a situation where the one with the heavy war chest, the one that is moneyed, can ride roughshod one way or the other on the people. The people can be manipulated only because of the war chest of individuals. It will come to a stage where where I hope that we'll get to that level where individuals, electors will vote, and voting will just be simply because of their belief in the ability of a contestant, to deliver the goods, to live up to their to expectations, deliver on their promises, and bring about improvement of their lots, and not just their lots, but of course bring about growth and development through the prism of their own contributions. But for now, we are still susceptible to manipulations, the electorate that is, and how do we get to that? It's also a function of good governance. If government efficiency in government can be ranked up at the level of provision of goods and services, at the level of infrastructure, at the level of people being able to meet their social expectations, where fulfillment is evident in the everyday operations of the society, then of course, expectations would not be placed only at the doorstep of individuals, where you just believe that if an individual cannot pay your school fees, then of course you are left in the lurch. But when the system is strong enough, where institutions are strong enough to take care of your social expectations, then of course you are not going to be looking at the individual as the one who's going to provide for you, but you are looking at social institutions, as safeguards that are there to help you. But how do we strengthen these safeguards? Of course, it will come through government, through these individuals. But the individuals, again, who are in politics, who are hoping to get into government, will have to understand their mission, realizing the fact that there's a high level of expectations of them as leaders, expected to bring about improvement, not just mouthing, pledging to deliver on goods, but by the time they get into office, they do something completely different. So I think it's a processual thing, and at the appropriate time, we'll see changes in this regard.
All right, before we ask eminent professor and of political science and former vice chancellor for his first intervention, let's quickly go back to Eagle Square and still get some reactions and live inputs from there. Kelvin, are you ready for me?
You're welcome. We can see our committee leaders exchanging pleasantries upstage and acknowledging all the efforts put in place to ensure.
With us here, Professor Moji Dalabi, the former Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly, yes, sir, and also a former member of the House of Representatives. Prof, thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure joining you at Convention Ground.
Yes, give us get the mood of the delegate from Osun State for us.
But here at the Eagle Square in Abuja, the members of the APC are in very high spirit. Particularly those of us from Osun State, you can see us in the glamour, they are smiling, they have high spirit that after more than a year that the party did not have an elected office holder, we are gathered here at the Eagle Square to ensure that we have our elected public office holder. And everybody is happy and we are ready to give it all it takes to make sure that today, no matter how long it will take, we are going to have elected public office holder for our great political party, which will now lead us to winning the 2023 election and reenact the politics of change that the APC is known for. So we are very happy, we are in high spirit, and we are elated.
Prof, it's been a long road getting here. The series of postponement and all that, but we're finally here.
Finally, we are here.
And now, as a member of this party and high-ranking member, what are your expectations? What are your
The expectation is very high. We came here determined to put in place an executive that will be united enough to carry on to the struggle for 2003. And our leaders have made the job easy for us because over the night they didn't sleep. They are trying to put together a kind of consensus list, and we are happy that most of the candidates who have caused problem for the party are willingly withdrawing from the race, indifferent to the leader of the party, who is also the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, so that we can have a very united party to face the opposition and make sure that after the regime of President Muhammad Buhari, it will be another president elected on the platform of the All Progressive Congress. So our spirit is very high, and we are ready to give it all it will take to make sure that this convention becomes a success. It's a pleasure meeting you. It's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Fisayo, if you can hear me, we just spoke with the former Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly, Professor Moji Alabi, and of course, a lot of more people are coming in right now. More delegates are coming. The boxes are getting filled. The protocol officials are on ground. The security is very tight here, and we are expecting that as the convention progresses, that things will go on smoothly here.
All right, thank you very much, Calvin. I want to hear you just spoke to a professor politician, but in the studio I have a professor of political science, and that is Professor Nuhu Yakub. He's also a former vice chancellor. So, sir, what would be your expectation? You know, what will be of a successful? What would be your definition of a successful convention, national convention for the APC? Originally, you know, just like they alluded to, their dates shifted and all that.
Yeah.
But in all this, they are gathering there at Eagle Square, and it seems as if they are very excited as well. So, in your experience, for the party to become stronger, even after all these processes, what are the things that we should look out for, and what are your expectations, just from outside looking in?
Well, I think the point to make or to stress is that it's a process, and any process at all, you know, should have objective, and the objective is the parameter you now use to decide whether or not, you know, the process is successful. It's been quite troublesome. I mean, I would not say troublesome. You know, it's been quite challenging, you know, for the leadership of the APC to get to this point. But I think the members, as well as the larger Nigerian society, you know, should, heave a sigh of relief that eventually they got there, because nobody was actually expecting that today will materialize. Okay, but now that, you know, everything seems to be seamlessly going, you know, as expected or as planned, then, you know, I think the inevitable thing would be that it will be successful, or it should be successful, and it's going to be successful. Let us even pray for them that it will be successful. So my expectation is that at the end of the day, you know, the objective of getting party leadership, you know, preparing for the election that is coming up, you know, sometimes within, the processes of getting the candidates, you know, for the various offices, you know, that will take place in the course of this year, would be, you know, quite, peaceful. You know, there will be a meeting of minds and an agreement. You know, people will give in to what actually they are expecting, you know, the party to be able to do. Which is that, you know, in fact, the bottom line is that it's not just enough for the convention to be successful, but that they should get a candidate who will also be able to, you know, return the party to power next year.
All right, we have a report. If we just say time, it is titled APC Convention Delegates. We'll get that soon from Saliu Guanara. in the course of this discussion, APC convention. All right, so moving on now. Prof just made so let's take Dr. Amisu. The professor of political sciences just made his intervention, and we'll be talking of expectation of the delegates soon. So if it's ready before my guest makes his comments, let's hear from the delegates themselves, because you made some points generally in terms of people just coming in herds and then just voting the same candidates and all that. Let's hear from the delegates themselves.
It is the day of the long-awaited APC National Convention. In the air and on the ground, the atmosphere, especially within and around the Eagle Square venue of the exercise, showcases party supporters and party symbol. Amid tight security, delegates make their way into the venue and express hope for a rancor-free exercise.
We are happy, and the APC is great. It's a very great party.
Well, we thank God. The situation is calm, it's orderly, it's mannerly. You can see the delegates being lined up, trying to come in and get seated in their respective pavilions according to the states. And you can see the arrangements. Everything is calm, cool, and organized.
Prove critics wrong that APC can be organized, and we have brought ourselves together.
Well, we are very ready for any health eventualities. We have been inspecting all the preparations that have been made so far, including testing those who will require testing for COVID-19.
I'm a national delegate, and I'm a member of the National Security Committee of this convention. So far, so good. The arrangement is excellent. Of course, there are here and there people with difficulty to access this place.
It's expected because of the crowd, so but people are managing it very well. Things are going very well. So we're expecting to have a national chairman and, of course, NWC that will lead the party to the next level.
Honestly, it's quite disappointing to know that we are not going to have an elective convention for all the positions at this national convention. That's what we would have hoped for.
Our target is to have a transition from an APC government to an APC government, both at state and federal level.
The APC is doing fine. In 2023, I know that APC will provide a good candidate who will lead us to the, as the former president have done.
Arrival of both delegates and party members is expected to last between 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. From Eagle Square, the venue of the APC National Convention, Saliu Gwanara, NTA News.
All right, many thanks to Saliu Gwanara there, giving us the ambience and expectation of some of the delegates. You are about to make a comment or two concerning, expectations, especially in terms of contesting for various positions in the National Executive Committee.
Thank you very much. The expectation is not about us that are seated in the studio here. Our expectation is to have a rancor-free convention, so that APC could concentrate in the processes that will lead to their selecting candidate that will fill all the elective posts. The expectation is about the politicians that are sponsoring candidate or want to sponsor candidate for election. And as I said earlier on, the consensus among the politicians is if you control the party structure, then nomination will be easy. And that is why you find politicians jumping from one party to another, especially when they realize that their interest is not taken care of. Let me start with the question you asked, Prof. What the way you want to see going forward in terms of strengthening of the process? If the party is smart, what they need to do is to put in place a committee to dialogue with those that will be aggrieved from this very particular process. Because when you talk about consensus, it's not as if this very particular candidate met on their own to say, okay, we are selecting you. And because of that, we are leaving you as a consensus candidate. No. there was a meeting by the party to say this is the preferred candidate. And as you rightly pointed out when you read that very particular letter when we started, it was one aspirant speaking on behalf of others, not that individuals came to the fore to announce their withdrawal. That in itself is another pitfall that can be exploited by anybody tomorrow, especially in a democracy where it is not the interest of the party, it's not the interest of governance, it's not in the interest of the nation that is always driving the people. Like most of the delegates, go and find out who funded their trips, who paid for their stipend, who has been feeding them, who transported them from the state they are coming from. Until you answer this question, the end to the convention is not yet in sight, because those people that sponsor them, you heard what one of them said, that it is unfortunate. He was anticipating that they are going to have an election convention where people will elect their preferences. But it's unfortunate. Assuming that very particular person is representing a bloc that is going out of this convention empty-handed, without publicity secretary, without deputy national chairman of the party, as the case may be, that is where the problem will commence, because the loopholes will be exploited, and before you know it, and that is why you see the fight for date is crucial. Last 2019, if you watch critically what happened, Party A will fix its convention next week, all right? The other party will fix their own after, waiting for the fallout from this party so that it can benefit from the rancor. Then this party will postpone its own convention to another date ahead of this. So it's a calculation.
To receive defectors?
So yes, it's part of the calculation. So this is what is affecting our democracy. And as I said earlier on, the quest, and you know, when APC came, people were saying that, okay, contests will be thrown open. Anybody that has the capacity to contest can just contest. And today, APC is bogged down by the same issue of zoning that destroyed PDP in 2015. Because what destroyed PDP in 2015 was the issue of zoning, whether it is the turn of the North or is the turn of the South. And before you knew it, they said zoning, no zoning. And before you knew it, there was a mass exodus of the people into APC. And that really gave APC the boost it needed. If APC is not careful, if it cannot put its act together, if it cannot set up a committee of eminent personalities that can bring the aggrieved people together, at the surface today, it will look as if there was consensus, nothing is happening. But as I said, let us watch and see what will happen.
All right, let's watch and see what Nnamdi Odipo will give us from the Eagle Square. Nnamdi, are you ready for us, the Eagle Square, what is happening exactly? And then we'll proceed from whatever interventions you have.
In our midst, Ambassador
In fact, we're still building up to the formal opening of today's proceedings. I'm actually attempting to see if I can get the minister, the Honorable Minister for Transportation, to come join us here. We're talking to some of his staff to see if they can just bring him to come join us here. I see him standing up from his seat. I think he's about to join us. He will be here presently, but just before the Fisaya, let me just tell you that, of course, it's a very peaceful and cordial, atmosphere here. Of course, the excitement is still in the air, and we do expect that it would continue so until, of course, the president arrives, and of course until proceedings formally begin and continues, till we see the end of this. Of course, I'm looking to my right to see if the minister is headed towards me. It's been stored by some of our colleagues from other media organizations, but like I said, we've reached out to him. He's assured he's going to join us shortly. We were set for him. Please help us tell the minister that was said he can actually come to us. Fisaya is just assured us that he will be here shortly. He's still trying to. Okay. If you hear the shout behind me, Fisaya, that is heralding the arrival of another APC stalwart. I cannot confirm who exactly it is, but
I don't know, Fisayo, let me not speculate, but of course, that is the kind of shouts we've been getting here in the last couple of hours, where we see delegates stand up on their feet and then they shout when they recognize one of their own, of course, leaders of the party from their states or from neighboring states, or from, in fact, we've seen delegates from Kanu applauding, just like when Amechi was approaching the stand for River State. We saw delegates from other states actually stand up and applaud him, chanting. And we've just got word that the minister is joining us shortly. Is he? Oh, okay, not yet then. Not yet then. But Fisayo, we're on standby. He's giving us his word that he will be here shortly. Eagle Square is still peaceful. It's still exciting. I mean, you can't help but catch the ball a bit, I mean, you don't have to be a politician to do that. You get a sense of what is happening here. It's choked. Yeah, as a matter of fact, we did say we were expecting 12,000 delegates. Fisai, I can tell you, this is more than 12,000 that I've seen here. But of course, that's to be expected. There are people just coming in, with or without the delegate tags, with or without participation tags. We've seen people in here. Yes,
Namdi, let me assure you that if maybe you may not have too many of your fans in the Eagle Square, but when I saw you, I also shouted that you are going to give us a good job from the Eagle Square. Don't feel intimidated. If we have if we can get the minister, then we have more from him. But how soon are we likely to, start the, real processes of this convention?
Well, according to the official program, arrival of the arrival of members of the extraordinary convention. Let me see if I can actually get it's the former chairman, it's the former national chairman of the party, and Adams Oshomole. That is what is arriving in the shop. Let me see if I can actually get to come on to join. Please, thank you. Thank you, excellent. To see you. Please, to the NCA, your life on TV. Please, thank you so much. Fisayo, I have here with me. Please, very quickly, I can see you're inundated by your supporters here. Give us a sense of what you're feeling. I mean, this is something. Yes, very good.
I am happy, I am excited that in the end, the party will return to the leadership that is elected, that is accountable, that can be elected. And we are Democrats. And this party was formed for the order of Nigeria, not a party of big men, a party of the people. And today, the people will determine who.
Leading to this convention, there was subtext of confrontation, possibly arising. I mean, today, when this day finally arrives, is this? I mean, seeing what you're seeing here and seeing that now, I mean, what sense are you making of the gathering here today?
It shows that evil doers can have their plan, but God's position must prevail. And we have more people of goodwill than few people who wanted this day not to happen.
Actually, let me just allow you to be on your way. Okay, well, if it's not your way, if you, oh my word. Well, I hope they've not brought my camera down. I mean, this is just to give you a sense of the excitement here, Fisayo. It's been this way for a couple of hours, and we just got a message that the Minister of Transportation is headed towards us now. Let's see if we can get him to join us, and then we can also take his reaction as well, Fisayo, if you can hear me. If you don't mind, if you do not mind, Fisayo, I'd like for you to just quickly go back to your panel in the.
I'll give you a minute, Nnamdi, to catch your breath. Having spoken to Comrade Adams Oshomole, which, of course, who Party Faithful continue to call Oshobaba, and I was able to, even in the midst of all that near chaos, he was able to still pass a few messages across. That is the, excitement or the color that you see in conventions like this.
That's right.
Even when you ask them some questions, they will still use the opportunity to pass a few messages.
That's right. and I think, alluding to what our senior professor said earlier on, it was before this convention, this populace, the polity was somewhat worried, that where were we going to if one of the one of the big parties cannot get things right. And that's the kind of excitement, the kind of ecstasy that you expect in the democratic dispensation. A convention is a festival really ahead of general elections, So we are having this happen, that this one is happening now. It's not only the party members that are excited, even observers are also excited that one important process, is being done, ahead of the general election. But it's also important for us to have an altruistic process, one that will not be monetized, one that will not be influences, one that will be rancor-free at the end of the day. And I remember the point that Dr. Abisu keeps making is that, at the end of the day, let's not have pockets of protesters, not just protesting on the streets, but going to the court and challenging some officials, which again could distract them from the main business of governance or party administration. And of course, we know the effect this one keeps having, this kind of thing keeps having on the entire body politic. But this is a welcome development. It is good riddance to long period of delay. And of course, it gives us hope that PDP is also watching. And at some point, they will come up with their own. Of course, they did their own convention earlier. And of course, they are also watching. They are all ears, even though they have challenged the veracity of APC, seeking that APC should be deregistered. Irrespective of the challenge, we know that they are also putting their ass together, preparing to challenge them in the general elections. But that's all we expect in a democratic dispensation, in so far as it is rancor-free. And of course, we can again have another general election that will be peaceful, in continuation of democracy. Because democracy, of course, we know, yes, it has its own limitations within our own system, because our own system is highly creative, highly original. We are aping and analyzing the American presidential system. Despite the imperfection, it's the right way to go. But I also believe that we're in a learning process. And of course, if we learn well enough, of course, we can make sure that it impacts on growth and development, which of course evens up eventually to the happiness, freedom, happiness, and prosperity for the people.
All right, it's been an exciting a few hours already, and we have not even gotten to anything near to when the processes will start. A lot of people consider the National Convention, especially of the two biggest parties in the nation, as some kind of a national festival of sorts, and political masquerades continue to come out. Nnamdi Odipo is right there at the Eagle Square. Nnamdi, what have you got? All right, once we get Nnamdi is there, let's take him now.
So I can just get him on top and see if he can give us a reaction as well. We've been wanting to talk to him for a couple of minutes now. He did give us assurances that he will be in our studio, of course, our makeshift studio here at the Eagle Square. It's been an exciting hours there for us.
We can start His Excellency, the former national chairman of APC, former executive governor.
I'm just giving him a couple of seconds.
Just State.
Let me see.
All right, still on, and it's the live transmission of the National Convention of the All Progressives Congress 2022. Our reporters are there on ground live, bringing you events as they unfold, and of course, dignitaries as they arrive, and taking expectations of delegates, big or small. But let's go back to Nnamdi. I understand he's ready now, and let's see if he'll be able to conduct an interview with the Minister of Transportation.
Rather to disrupt this convention. Is that what you're seeing play out there? I mean,
what you're seeing is that internal dynamics in Nigerian politics. These dynamics differ from interest to interest. Some interests will, at the end of the day, coalesce with each other. And at the end of the day, that's why we're here. All the interests have been resolved. The president has intervened. Today, to do what? To actually participate in the voting process that will elect a party structure that will determine the future of the party. After that, the incoming government of the party will then prepare the party for the general election.
Talking about resolution and talking about the voting process, well, we just got reports that about 5 of the candidates of the aspirants vying for the post of national chairman of this party have stepped down and have endorsed Abdullah Adamu as the consensus national chairman of the party. I mean, what's your impression of that?
That's what's called true democracy. Out of their own volition, they have withdrawn because they think that Abdullah Adamu is not, you would say it's better, but first among equals. They seem to have agreed that he will be the best chairman for now that will lead the party to confronting our opposition. No, it's good to hear that PDP is opposition. They never knew the opposition. And that's the reality in party politics. APC too must be prepared to make sure that we're not in the opposition. Because like PDP never knew they were in opposition. They assume that no matter what happens, they'll be in power forever. But unfortunately for them, they were not listening to Nigerians. So as a party, we are listening, we are hearing, we know they are complaining. And the president is addressing those complaints so that things will change.
I see you're wearing loafers and soft shoes. Is that like an indication that you intend to stay here possibly for as long as it takes? You're in for the long haul?
I'm here to see tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Fisayo, the minister did say he's here for the long haul. I mean, for as long as it lasts. We're also here for the long haul. Of course, we will be here until the results are announced, until the National Working Committee of the party does emerge, and other positions as well. I'll just let you go back to the studio and speak to your panelist in the studio, Fisayo. We will be on ground. We will be giving you bits by bits accounts of proceedings there at the Eagle Square. We will not fail you, Fisayo, I assure you.
Thank you very much, Nnamdi Odipo, and I like some of your questions there with the Honorable Minister of Transportation. We would, of course, return to the Eagle Square. So many of our colleagues, Kevin Awunaye, Ruta Gwele, Gia, all there on ground to give us the ambience. And, of course, we are expecting in a few short moments, maybe even within the hour, to have the presence of the president at the venue, and then it will commence per se. Let's take a quick break. You know, this is where you get it all as far as live events are concerned, where we give you the very best of news, reviews, previews, and interviews. Nigeria's television authority, Africa's finest and largest. Today, it is the turn of the All Progressive Congress, their National Convention 2022. Stand by, we'll be back.
The unity of the party is being strengthened by the day, and I am very comfortable because being chairman of the convention committee, I can see all the support from the governors. So we're making very good progress, and we're looking forward to the convention on Saturday.
The unity is key to this convention, and we are all united. We are one family. We are going to work together for the success of this convention.
You know, APC is a solid, united family. As you can see, we are united as governors and as members of APC.
The APC National Convention, stronger and more united for a greater Nigeria. Join us on Saturday, 26th March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja. The APC welcomes you.
This Saturday, 26th of March at the famous Eagle Square, Abuja, APC delegates from across Nigeria will gather to elect a new leadership that will take our great party to the next phase. Esteemed party members, the task ahead marks the beginning of our quest for a worthy successor who will continue the outstanding legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari. Let us elect candidates who are committed to the change agenda and candidates that are dear to Mr. President's heart. And then we will elect a presidential candidate in the coming weeks who will continue, consolidate, and expand the achievements of Mr. President. As we do this, let us think about a loyalist. Think about a candidate whose candidature will end the agitations for a president from the southeast and south-south. Think about a great economist, Godwin Ifeanyichukwu Emefiele, a man that has saved the country from countless economic recessions and challenges, a man that believes wholly in the change agenda of Mr. President. This message is sung by Emefiele Support Group.
The APC welcomes you.
stronger, better, united and stronger. We are ABC.
All the governors are committed to delivering the convention at 26 successfully.
The governors are united. They are committed to having the convention and supporting the party beyond the convention to ensure that we will win our elections.
The most important thing that we are doing is to reposition the party to a greater height without compromising national interest.
The APC National Convention, stronger and more united for a greater Nigeria. Join us on Saturday, 26 March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja.
Welcome back. Still on to the National Convention of the All Progressive Congress 2022, and it's live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. We're having live inputs from the convention ground, which is Eagle Square, jam-packed at the moment. You will think it is a football match or some big sporting event there, but it is politics. It is about the National Convention, and even outside the Eagle Square, there's a lot to see as well. We will be relying on our reporters on ground to bring us live ambience and, of course, to give us some key interviews, especially talking about some of the stalwarts of the party, founding fathers, governors, as well as critical stakeholders in this process to help us, to guide us through this event, and also give the viewer, you at home, full package of this convention. As you well know, the Nigerian Television Authority will give you undiluted and well-researched reports concerning the convention, as well as the APC and its strides in Nigerian political space so far. I still have in the studio three guests: Professor Nuhu Yakubu, Professor of Political Science, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Abuja and Sokoto State University. Also in the studio, we have Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, Department of Mass Communication based University Abuja, and Dr. Rahman Abu Amisu, researcher and public affairs analyst. The gentlemen are here and stocked to give us the very best in terms of deep analysis of the process. Let me go back to Professor Nuhu Yakubu. You've seen them, you've seen some of them talk, you've seen the excitement and some expectations, of course, that they have shared with us. But when you look at this process, the APC and other parties as well, as we move into the crucial timetable leading to the general elections next year, have we matured since this republic started in 1999 till date? Are we still having, some of those things that, did not really help the processes in the past cycles? Or have we been able to shed some weight in terms of some of the baggages we used to carry when it comes to, the election eve, so to speak, when we get to the year leading to the general election?
Well, I think the answer should be no, as far as I'm concerned, because my point of departure is that when you talk about democratic politics, we are actually looking at a process that has been on, for as long as, if you take it from the point of view of the practice in ancient Greece, it's not something new. That's the critical point that we have to take note. And it is not something that has not been perfected over the period, to such an extent that what we have now abhors, for instance, violence. It abhors undemocratic practices. For instance, this convention, let's even take it as an example for purposes of analysis. There are processes that ought to take place before now. There are, the selection of delegates who are supposed to come. You ask the question, these processes, did they take place democratically? Or it is just a question of, somebody, who is there, with, I mean, their own permutations. Oh, this is the person. This is the person who will allow to go to this convention. We will not allow this one to go to the convention because it's going to spoil our game. These are my worries as a political scientist, and we need to actually interrogate the attitude of the politicians. I mean, what is it? I mean, that they really want to bring to the surface, or to the front burner for the Nigerian electorate, to chew, to discuss, and to adopt. I am worried that the mindset, and again, this takes me to the point that was raised in the critical report of the Waste Committee on Electoral Reforms. The Waste Electoral Reform Committee stressed this point about mindset of Nigerian politicians, the political members of the political class. And what is there is that, by all means, we have to get ourselves there, even if they don't have program. Because, it's just a question of, we want to go and contest an election. What is the program you have? What agenda are you bringing to the table? And how is feasible, how really, relevant is this agenda for those who will have to, buy into it?
All right, Prof, I will still stay with you very shortly, but Ruth Aguele is there at the Eagle Square. Ruth, please give me an update from your side of the Eagle Square, so that would perhaps also give us a perspective that we might want to follow on the program.
Lilo on the wheel.
Tayo, we're still very much here. A lot of dignitaries have started coming in. We've seen the governor of Ebonyi State coming. We also have Rocha Sokorocha is also here. We're expecting to have an interview with the governor of Nasarawa State. But before he makes his way here, Ajia, I know you want to speak to someone very quickly.
Okay, Ruth, like you mentioned, I must also tell you that while we were observing, the former national chairman of the APC, Adams Oshomole, made his entry into this Eagle Square venue of the convention. This is among other dignitaries whom have also arrived here and waiting for the process proper to commence. I think this is very interesting, and the place is getting fuller with delegates who are supposed to come here, elect leaders of their choice. And as we speak, we have the privilege to welcome the National State Governor, whom we will be speaking with, to also tell us about what he feels about this convention. The route, I think you take it from here.
All right, thank you very much, Ajia. Good day, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you are the chairman subcommittee on media for this convention and also governor of Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State is acting fully in this, is very active in this convention. What has Nasarawa State brought on board?
We brought on board peace, unity, and all what it takes to make this convention a success. We brought the kind of people from Nasarawa State with the Nasarawa State spirit. We brought the type of unity that exists in Nasarawa State, and we are bringing the biggest happiness that Nasarawa State is going to produce the national chairman of our party.
You are the chairman subcommittee on media. I'm sure you also have your expectations at the end of this convention. Can you share that with us?
Well, in fact, we have already seen the expectations that we started with. When we were made the committee, we said that our role will not just stop as publicity of this convention, it will also aim at the unity of our party. And that's the reason why we promoted that. I'm sure you must have seen the programs on television now, where all the governors have contributed in one way or the other to show the strength of this party, the unity of this party, the way we go together, and even beyond the convention. And that's what we are going through as far as the media committee is concerned.
Now, not too long, the president was in Nasarawa State to commission some projects. And if you want to give an assessment of the APC administration, how much impact would you say they have made for Nigerians?
I think the best impact is for you to look at what the president said yesterday. Coincidentally, we only came in here yesterday to Abuja to show appreciation to Mr. President for his trip. And Mr. President said that the administration of AA Sule in Nasarawa State, along with all our other people, are actually maximally utilizing the opportunities of proximity to the federal capital. That we understand what the administration of APC is all about. We understand the vision of APC in Nigeria. We are contributing massively to the success of APC and the success of Nigeria. And so he's so happy with that, and he expressed that happiness with us.
Now, Governor, just before I let you go, before this convention, we've seen a lot of controversy happen. Now, even yesterday, the PDP, the opposition party, went to file a suit against the APC. You want to react to that?
Well, I have mentioned it. As far as the PDP is concerned, they have to understand that this is a political party that has over 41 million Nigerians that registered as members. There is no sideways going to leadership. It's massive votes that brought Muhammadu Buhari. So if they want the leadership of this position, they have to come and contest. There is no back door. They cannot take over power from the back door because the people of Nigeria believe in APC. The people of Nigeria love APC. The people of Nigeria voted for APC in 2015, 2019, and by the grace of God, 2023, the people of Nigeria will vote again for APC, and that's why more governors from their own party have continued to troop into our party because they believe this is the right party.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We wish you the very best. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, that was the governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, and he said a lot about the convention. Expectations are high indeed. The unity of purpose is what the APC members are expecting for this convention. Ajay, I know you have a guest you want to talk to.
Okay, all right, so Aruf, thank you very much. We've heard it from the governor of Nasarawa State, and we also have George Agbakalo from the Southeast. He has also come to be part of the national convention of the APC. Let's get to hear from him. You also are here as one of the members of the APC. Yes. What's your expectations, sir?
Well, I think today is a pretty good day for APC and also for the country at large. APC is having its national convention. We are all aware of what transpired yesterday, the intervention of Mr. President for the successful completion of this convention. The President has spoken to all the 6 chairmanship aspirants for a consensus which is pretty popular in presidential and party politics. Now the party has come together, and it is the best thing. This is not the first time. It happened through Oyegu. It happened during Oshemole. All over the world, even in the United States, party politics sometimes is predicated on consensus. That is what we have. And ready for the primaries coming up in May or June. At the same time, we are ready for the general election coming up next year.
Okay, now quickly before I let you go, how much of acceptance has the APC been in the Southeast? You know, you're one of them coming down to Abuja to be part of it. Most time people talk about the APC is not for the Southeast. What do you have to say quickly about that?
I think it is ironical for people to believe that APC is not entrenched in the Southeast. APC is making enormous inroad in the Southeast. Mind you, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State is APC. David Umahi of Ebonyi State is APC. The Chief Whip of the Senate is APC. APC has made tremendous inroad in Southeast. But listen, let me tell you something. What we are looking for in the presidency of this country, we are looking at competence. We are looking at who is prepared, who is eminently prepared, who has the requisite experience, who has the sagacity, who has the tenacity. Right. And that is where we believe somebody like Ahmed Tinubu comes in.
Okay, see, I'll let that for another day, but I think we've got to hear from you and your expectation coming all the way from the Southeast. I must thank you for being a part of the light telecast with the NTA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for having
me. I think we'll be getting more of some of the inputs of delegates who have come from all over the country to be part of this historic making event. Well, when we get more, we'll be able to also relate to you to get to hear how they feel and what their expectations are at the end of this National APC Convention 2022.
Thank you, Ajia. Thank you, Ruth. You get to hear of sagacity and tenacity in Abuja City once the politicians are around. Let's move very quickly. Prof was sharing experiences with us before, you know,
That's
who's
right.
came in?
No, I was actually going to re-emphasize the point made by Dr. Hamisu earlier about the nature of the selection of the leadership of the party that is going to emerge. And he said, you know, the contestants, the fellow contestants who will have loved, you know, to have a process of, you know, election that will bring up the preferred candidate by the delegates has not taken place. And it is not also that they have met to agree that the chosen or preferred candidate is their choice. So you are already creating a problem that, if care is not taken, will make people, you know, feel, you know, as if they have been, you know, undermined in their own ambition. I thought that, you know, if we are trying to build a democratic system, we should allow the full play of democracy. And the full play of democracy is to say, okay, every candidate who is interested should go ahead and try their luck and see whether they are actually the preferred candidate by the delegates. After all, the delegates are here, have been chosen on the basis of, you know, you are coming to perform a role. Otherwise, they should stay at home. Already the president has chosen who's the preferred candidate is quite the convention. And there is also another dimension raised by Prof. earlier about institutionalization. The issue of, you know, democracy is to build an institution. And institutions are based on certain norms. These norms are not being cultivated. This is my worry as a political scientist. So we will end up having, you know, there is a fanfare called convention today in Abuja, and people will go away. But that is not contributing to democratic, development of democracy in this country. And this is what should worry us, you know, going forward. I'm stressing this point because, for instance, at this point in time, the president is going away. He's not a candidate for any election last year. What is his worry about, you know, making, you know, his own preferred candidate to be the and you know, just a minute. If you listen to the governor of Nasarawa State, they are already celebrating that they have gotten a candidate. It could have come from, you know, maybe Benue, like Akuma is there, and somebody from also Kwara. You know, a young man, I think it's about the youngest or second to the youngest candidate in this in this process. Everybody had, you know, programs. What is the program? What program are the people going to choose at the end of the day? So this is, you know, a food for thought for the party as it goes into the, you know, preparation for the general election next year.
Professor Abiodun, and then you know, we talked about the Electoral Act 2022 just a few months ago. You were in the studio, but we were, you know, sharing this issue of it's been some kind of game changer because of all the steps, all the new, you know, innovation we have seen. The technology will come in and all that. Shortly after this process, we'll have 2 off-cycle elections in Ekiti and Osun as well. Do you see, perhaps, between now and the general election, this issue of cross-carpeting escalating even more, as Dr. Abu Hamisu has alluded to earlier in our discussion?
Yeah, I think cross-carpeting is likely to continue, you know, and like you said, Dr. Hamisu and Prof, they've been very emphatic on the attitudinal change that we require to improve our democratic dispensation. You know, until we have that attitudinal change where contestation will just be based, will be altruistic, where attitude will be about, you know, serving the people, you know, not self-aggrandizement. Then the parties will continue to be vehicles, you know, for getting into special purpose vehicles, just for getting into positions.
All right, let's quickly join Dele Atumbi. Dele Atumbi is there at Eagle Square. Can we join Dele Atumbi very quickly?
Yes, indeed. I was the chairman, security subcommittee of the last convention in 2018 here at the Eagle Square in Abuja. And I am repeating same here today. I am still the chairman, security subcommittee of the convention of the APC 2022 here in Abuja. The assessment of last and this particular one, what I can say is that there's more enthusiasm, more joy, more inclusiveness, more people into our party, the All Progressives Congress. Remember, that APC have over 41 million members, and everybody wants to be part of this success story. So far, so good. The conduct has been wonderful, devoid of every other issues. As I speak with you now, delegates have been accredited peacefully. They are taking their seats. Things are going on according to the plan, and there's security everywhere.
Let's talk about governance. Your party came from the point of opposition in 2015. And in 2019, your party won the presidency again for the second time. How would you describe the level of development in Nigeria since your party came on board in 2015?
Well, the development as a party and as a government is unprecedented. Unfortunately, the government of President Muhammadu Buhari is underreported in the media. Both security successes, economic successes, and various other infrastructural development that has been recorded by this administration were highly underreported in the media. But I want to assure you that on the scale of 1 to 10 in this administration, based on what was inherited and the amount of resources that this administration got, I will rate President Muhammadu Buhari 99%, considering the challenges and all the obstacles that was inherited by the country.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. You can take a look at the decision of the presidency and what the presidency had done. But we'll still speak with you later in the day. Let me take a look at
His Excellency has spoken.
No, let's take a look at the development.
Once His Excellency speaks, we don't.
Thank you very much.
Well, the governor of Kogi State had told us the import of what the presidency had been able to do between 2015 and 2022 as at now, and it is important that the people at this point can do everything possible to protect the interest of Nigeria and Nigerians. Just yesterday, the People's Democratic Party went to court to equally tell the court to declare as nullity this convention. That the convention is a stream and the delegates are ready to cast the ballot at this point in time. We'll continue to keep you abreast of what is happening from the Eagles Camp in Abuja.
Thank you very much, Dele Atumbi, speaking with His Excellency Governor Yaya Bello of Kogi State. I also saw Chief Femi Fanikayode behind. I thought he was going to say a word, but we didn't quite get him on camera, maybe because of he's also part of the media subcommittee of the convention. We were speaking with Professor earlier, but you were on while we went to Dele Atumbi. Please, let's round up that point before I let Dr. Abuamisu come in.
Yeah, I was talking about attitudinal change. It's very, very important for us to get this. This is bereft of ideologies. People just see that INEC they are ramping up their ability to right, trying to improve these elections coming up again. That's another ground to be exemplary in making. Trying to improve on this attitude. Yes, INEC sometimes does voter education. It's a continuing one. So if they are doing voter education, what is the responsibility of political parties? They're also supposed to be participatory in the process of educating the populace, educating their members, so that we can all be on the same page. It's not just a question of monetizing the process, making it transactional, thinking that vote can be bought. That's the bane of our system. And that's why we're talking about institutional change. When you get into governance, when you get into government, you can be concerned about growing the institutions, making the institutions work for the people. Then the people will stop looking up to you as the one that is rather replacing the institution. So they will now look up to the institution, which is a vehicle for the state to deliver goods and services to meet the yearnings and aspirations of the people. And that's why we're talking about the rightful leadership, which of course will at the same time emerge through a salutary political process. That's my take on that.
All right, Dr. Abuamisu, he just spoke about the Otago elections as well, and there will be some form of a test, before we go to the general elections, and perhaps even the ability of the umpire with the innovations they have, unveiled in terms of, the beavers, which, is still being tested as well. In all this, I asked Prof this before, in all this, are we maturing? Or are we just grabbing power? Are we maturing in terms of our democratic processes? And this is across board. The new parties, the smaller parties, and the big parties. Are we maturing at all?
Well, my answer is no. My answer is no. And I've said it. The election of the delegates, what process do we follow to elect the delegates? 22 years, and somebody is telling me that we are still learning. 22 years. In university, you have 4 years to graduate in social sciences. If you stay up to 20 years in the university, you are now a landlord. You see, you cannot talk about maturing when we have perpetual disposition to beat the system. We deliberately create confusion to benefit from that confusion. You see, when INEC introduced card reader, there was a challenge. The challenge was that most of the electorate, their fingerprint cannot be picked, maybe because of the nature of the job they are doing. And what happened? INEC said you can use incident form at that point in time. What did the politicians do? Deliberately, they frustrate the use of card reader and they use incident form, which is admissible by law because it is INEC by law. So the problem has not been INEC. The problem is us. The problem is not the system. It is the operators of the system. And that is why I alluded to what has happened. Today, you cannot even distinguish PDP members from APC members because of cross-carpeting. When you blame PDP that, okay, PDP did not do this right, now you have half of PDP members in APC. And from this convention, it showed to me that the politicians have not even learned any lesson. Now, the issue of convention, it is not a place for fanfare, for God's sake. Convention is a place that aspirant that wants to lead the party will come and talk to us. Watch conventions all over the world. It's about job creation. It's about employment. It's about security. It's about both human and material. And then you come dressed in a colorful clothes, and then you come around, dance to bands, and then in the evening there is affirmation. We live in this country under the PDP where ballot papers were serially numbered. So we know the serial number of the ballot paper professor was going to cast his ballot on the day of the convention. That of Prof is known to us. If you dare to vote out of line, your ballot paper will be picked out. Now, this is the contradiction. You brought people from all over the country to come and vote. Before they arrived at Eagle Square, you already had consensus list. So what they are coming to do is just an affirmation to meet the requirement by INEC. Not because you want to do the right thing so that Nigerians will benefit from the capacity of the people that are contesting. Now, why we are saying this is simple. In the long run, the APC government, assuming they are coming back to power, will spend much time going to court, settling dispute, than tackling security and unemployment in Nigeria. This is what we are saying. You can only control your own action. You cannot control the reaction of the other person. And so when the governors are saying everything is moving as planned, it should be with a note of caution, because you don't know the move of the next person that feel aggrieved. If I were them, I would be circumspect. I will call on all of them to say, let us join and build the party, because we have one tendency in this country, and that is what the politicians do. If we cannot get it the way we want it, we destroy the party. And we are witnesses to what happened when PDP was destroyed as a party. APC benefited from it. I was thinking that APC will be smart enough to review that process so that it will not fall into that trap. Okay, but from the look of things, it seems almost all of them are just celebrating. We hope it will be celebration all through.
Prof, Dr. Abisu has been quite We'll move on, and I will still come back to some of his interventions as well. But let's, a bit of the worries that came out from some of the discussions we had earlier is this news cycle. Not new, but it's now almost entrenched that you have the party primaries, you have the candidates we emerge, of course, they go to the podium, campaign and all that, and then on election day, of course, winner emerges, but that is not the end of the show. We're still heading to court.
That's right.
How healthy is this? So a politician has to keep money for everything. Elections, primaries, this, that, and even lawyers.
Well, I mean, I think let's take it as a process of development. We can take it like that, especially since, issues may have to be resolved, by a court of competent jurisdiction. And we also expect that the judgment is going to be based on empirical facts, not just, the whims and caprices of the judges. Where we have that, then in fact, because, if you look at it very critically or closely, you discover that, the judiciary is also an arm of government, and it has a very crucial role to play, especially when there is disagreement. So we will not rule out that. But the issue is this, which is critical, especially at this initial stage. Is there democracy within the party? Party democracy is as crucial as the general election that we're talking about. So people are going to be aggrieved if there is no democracy within the party system. And I think in this context, we have to actually stress the point that what is going on has also missed out on this critical factor of having political parties that are democratically led. And already the process we're going to witness today is one that is going to also limit the capacity of the party to actually, carry out its own, function effectively. In other words, there's no democracy within the party, ab initio. So it's going to be very difficult to move away from this process today and begin to chant, trying to consolidate democracy in the country. Let us, organize, what you mentioned, there will be campaign, the leadership has emerged, there will be campaigns, and election will hold. By the time we go into the field now, other calculations will come. How do we make sure that we destroy the opposing party in such a manner that they will not be able to take power from us? And you now have electoral violence. You have all manner of, dubious activities that are contrary to democratic politics. And this is what, is the issue that, worries me from time to time when I, look at what is going on, in the political process in Nigeria. Why is it that, we cannot also learn, from other climes? Of course, there's nowhere that democracy is perfect. Even America has demonstrated to us, especially the last, presidential election. When Trump, lost, and it became a matter of life and death. To use the words of Obasanjo, an election has to be, life. Election is it has to be so violent, or at least it has to be, it has to be compromised in order for a particular candidate to emerge. If they had their way, and the guy has, especially if I look, I'm still referring to what happened in the US. He has not given up. He still thinks that he won that election of that brought in Biden to office. So what I am saying, therefore, is that what is going on today should actually be on the basis of, proper democratic practice. In which case, let the delegates actually express, their preferences, and these preferences should be based on objective criteria of, a very honest and transparent election. That is not going to, because everybody is now going to be beaten into line now. You have to go and vote for the chosen candidate. And at the end of the day, you know, people have been marooned to do what they are doing, and it does not actually reflect, you know, the gamut of democratic politics.
All right, talking to democratic politics, you know, when we talk about 2022, we're talking about the prelude to the general elections in 2023. And a lot of things we'll see this year perhaps would also guide even researchers as Dr. Amisu, what we would see in 2023. We will be getting some interventions from Eagle Square shortly, but, you know, Prof, you've seen this, you know, processes in other parties as well. Are you perhaps excited in terms of maybe just being a prospective voter or whatever, in terms of the credentials that the parties are displaying, apart from just even the APC that we're seeing today? Have they been able to excite us with some of the, you know, manifesto that they have been able to, especially even the newer parties and all that? Are we likely to see more participation in the different exercises from Oshun to Ekiti to the general elections in 2023?
Well, if you're essentially referring to excitement, I think to some extent I'm excited that we're having an activity going on, an important activity that is a boost somewhat to the democratic experiment. So it's a welcome development. We want our democracy to continue no matter what, you know, against the background of what has been happening, the disruption we've been having in the West African sub-region. You know, of course, Nigeria is a very sophisticated country. We hope for the best for us. We're not looking in the direction of reversing our democracy. We're hoping that we'll continue to consolidate it. So if we're having party activities going on, you know, it's something that will naturally excite any observer. But what we need, right, is not just the ordinary activity, but the quality of activity too is also very, very important. And that's why we're saying that the electoral umpire is improving on the quality, trying to ensure through the electoral bill, you know, the perfection of voting, we're ensuring that there is increased transparency, increased credibility, and of course that it will meet international best practice as the case could be. But beyond that is also the need for us to have attitudinal change, you know, for our people, practitioners to be much more salutary, to be less die-hearted, you know, in their approach to contestation.
All right, thank you, Professor Abiodun Adeniyi. Nnamdi Odipo and Kelvin Ewuneyi are there at Eagle Square for their next set of interviews.
APC! Ekiti State. Tayo, they fire me now. We're trying to find our way to him. So that...
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. No, I think somebody wants to come.
Yeah, but... good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Please, what this convention is concerned, can you gauge the mood of the delegates from the state?
You can see the mood. The delegates are happy. They are excited that we are having a final convention before the primaries and the main election of our party. This has been long in coming, but we are glad that we're finally here. Against all the machinations of those who may not have wanted the convention to take place, the party stood together resolutely, in unity, in order to get us to this point. And I'm convinced that by the end of this exercise, tomorrow, hopefully, we would have a brand new executive in place that will usher in the party ready, prepared for the primaries, and ultimately for the national election.
We're just going to call this. In terms of expectation of the outcome of this convention and the impact it will have on the unity of this party to approach next year's election, how confident are you that this will do?
Very confident. Very, very confident. The people are ready. Our party remains the party of choice. And as I've said consistently, when we get to that point, We would have our manifesto on the one hand, we would have a record of our performance on the other hand, and let them come out with their own record of performance with the 16 years of perdition when they were in charge, and compare it with our own 8 years when we were in charge. We would demonstrate to Nigerians that this is the party that Nigerians have endorsed to make a difference in their life. In spite of limited resources, we have demonstrated capacity, we have demonstrated compassion, we have demonstrated competence, we have demonstrated integrity, we have demonstrated to Nigerians that this is the party that will continue to make a difference in their life, in spite of all the challenges, in spite of COVID, in spite of Iran.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I appreciate your time. We'll be speaking with the governor of Ekiti State. Kayode Fayemi is also the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum. He's confident, apart from the delegates from Ekiti State, whose emotions are so high today. Other delegates from Ekedo, Delta, Rivers that we have seen are all excited, the expectation of a positive outcome from this convention. Going forward, he is confident that the party will remain united to approach the general election next year and come out victorious.
Kelvin Awunaye from Eagle Square speaking with the governor of Ekiti State, as also the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, and has spoken about so many things, and he's been talking about what they have been talking about. He spoke about the challenges and how the APC government has been able to also surmount many of them. Let's take some reports now. We start with the evolution of the All Progressives Congress.
Since independence of a great nation called Nigeria, the country's political history, especially in democratic leadership, had been defined by a multi-party political participation as a constitutional and electoral requirement as a means to clinching power. Nigeria's democratic republics have witnessed the birth and death of many political parties built on ideology and principles. 6th of February 2013 was another turning point that gave birth to the All Progressives Congress APC, which today shapes the Nigerian democratic space, redefining party politics with its ideology rooted on economic nationalism and standing on a center-left political position.
The party has made history. This is the first time we've had a merger of legacy parties coming together to form a mega party, and that mega party has won an election or sitting government and had been waxing stronger on daily basis.
Dr. Nadia Zikiwa and the NCC did, what Amari Bello and the MPC did, what Aminu Kano, all of blessed memory, and his PRP did on April. They all went into measures or alliance in order to booster their electoral chances. And that was the urgency.
From inception of its birth, the All Progressives Congress APC came with a revolutionary agenda to wrestle power from the then ruling People's Democratic Party, PDP, for a change of what it perceived then as a nearly failed governance system.
We were too unhappy with the decayed infrastructure. The decayed infrastructure was impacting on the economic development of the country, and we said there must be a change. And that change was directed towards infrastructural development and agrarian revolution, because this is a country with over 2.2 to 3% population growth. And if you had that population growth and you're not doing infrastructure, then you're not preparing for the future. So that was where the word change came from.
The merger or alliance of the then Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, All Nigerian People's Party, ANPP, a faction of ABGA, was spearheaded by President Muhammadu Buhari with a tidal wave that blew across the country, anchored on the change mantra. The APC received approval from INEC on the 31st of July 2013 The people of Nigeria took a decision for a change with much momentum gathered by the party in the 2015 general elections, which brought the APC to power, with majority of elected office holders across the country riding on the popularity of President Muhammadu Buhari. At one time or the other, discussions in the public space had spelled doom for the party. However, members have continued to unite, just like the symbol of the party, which is the broom, to advance the ideals and principles of the party, which was demonstrated in 2019 that saw the re-election of President Muhammadu Buhari, governors and legislators for the second term.
Based on the revalidation and registration of members, the party has on its record about 41 million members or thereabout. That is a huge achievement.
Notable names such as the APC national leader and former Lagos State Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the current Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation Ogbonnaya Onu, among others, were instrumental to the political marriage that is yielding fruits today. Just like any other political party, the APC has gone through thick and thin in its quest to remain stronger, facing defection issues at different times, including the formation of the reformed APC by some aggrieved members, which later died a natural death. Since its formation, the party leadership has been headed by Chief Bisi Akonde, John Odigi Oyegun, Adams Oshemele as chairman, with the present caretaker extraordinary convention planning committee having Governor of Yobe State, Mai Mala Buni, as chairman to conduct this Saturday's national convention to determine the next national chairman of the APC, moving forward to approaching the 2023 general elections. Abdullah Hajia, NC.
The formation of the All Progressives Congress APC was the brainchild of the three major opposition political parties and factions of aggrieved members of the PDP and APGA to wrestle power and take full control of national affairs, which eventually came to fruition in May 2015. Since then, the circle of party leadership remains strategic to the APC, with Tunde Oyegun, Comrade Adams Oshomole steering the party apparatus at separate periods after successful conventions that reflect the wishes and aspirations of members. Now, the road to 2022 convention could better be explained in a summary as a journey that has kept the psychology of game planners busy for about 2 years, with Governor Mai Mala Buni caretaker and extraordinary convention planning committee at the center stage.
Really, for us, it's a question of all is well that ends well. The APC is going to have a convention on March 26th. Delegates are excited. Members of the party are excited. The APC is going to pick its leadership on the 26th of March. The Eagle Square is buzzing with activities already. You saw some of it.
And the convention is the most important aspect of what we'll have to do to raise a new leadership for the party, to give it a new lease of life. So all the things that are being blown out, of course you know that in a political situation, those who don't want us to be in power, the other parties will begin to try to make mountains out of molehills.
Recent social media reports caused pandemonium following the temporal transfer of power to the governor of Niger State and deputy chairman of the committee, Abubakar Bello, but nerves were calmed after the intervention of President Muhammadu Buhari and his no-going-back order on March 26, which was widely embraced.
We are going to be very careful with expenses, and this money is not going to come from the national government. It's going to come from us as members of the party. It's going to be generated from these forms that people are buying and all the rest of them, and whatever we get from that process is what we're going to spend. It's not jamboree. It will be celebration, yes, for our achievements so far and are getting ready for the next. But what we will take out from this convention, that we are going to give to Nigeria quality, credible individuals that have integrity and capacity to produce the next set of candidates that will participate in the general election, that when they win, because we know they will win, Nigeria will continue on the path of nation building.
Even though the chairmanship position is zoned to the North Central, 5 aspirants emerged from the zone, with 2 from other zones, out of which 1 was reported to have stepped down for being deficient to continue nursing his ambition owing to the zone he represents. Screening was carried out in accordance with the dictates of the party's credentials committee, and as the party sets for the grand finale, Pillars opined that the exercise may be conducted by consensus formula, as this has remained a democratic practice by most political parties in the world. In Abuja, Abubakar Akwanga, NTA News.
You're watching the live telecast of APC National Convention 2022, and I still have my guests in the studio, Professor Nuhu Yakubu, a professor of political science, former vice chancellor, University of Abuja, and Sokoto State University. Also in the studio is Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, Department of Mass Communication, based University Abuja. Thanks for joining us. And of course, Dr. Abdurrahman Abu Amisu, researcher and public affairs analyst, is here with us. Dr. Abu Amisu has not been very happy because he wanted to research this process, especially looking at the voting patterns, and it seems as if he would not have the opportunity. And I can see and I understand his pain. So let's move on. Dr. Prof is still here. Prof, we've seen this process unfold, since 1999 to now, when PDP was in the center. Now it's APC. At the end of the day, in terms of, political engagement as with the people, beyond, what we're seeing now, what can they do and what can politicians do to let us also, to catch our imagination in terms of nation building and all that? What can they do so that it will not just be about the politician? After all, it's one man, one vote.
Thank you so very much. You have used a phrase that I want to hammer on, which is that, to catch the imagination of Nigerians. That is very critical in politics. Everybody has, especially even on, this panel now, has agreed that the parties don't have ideologies. And you have to actually come up with ideas, new ideas. Let there be visions. Let there be targets of what, we're going to achieve in the next 4-5 years. These are the things that will actually catch the imagination of Nigerians. And if you don't have it, then it is, the lackluster politics that we have been used to. In other words, I want to get to be the president, to be the governor, or to go and be a senator or members of the House of Representatives. And it stops there. You ask the question, what is it that is, that is part of this program that we voted for in the first instance? And what has been the result? These are things that, we cannot measure. When this APC, emerged, the 3 cardinal policies of programs of the party included, tackling the insecurity in the country, also, fighting corruption, as well as, ensuring that the economy, takes a major, facelift. Well, I would admit that, the government has not remained static, or the governance process, rather, has not remained static since 2015. It has not remained static. And they are, bringing out visuals on the television or, in the newspapers, telling us what the government has been able to achieve in terms of infrastructure, in terms of, addressing other issues. But I want to say very emphatically that the achievements are not enough. They have, government has made efforts, infrastructurally, they are doing, quite a lot. but they are still not enough. In fact, yesterday I was listening to the Honorable Minister of Works, His Excellency, Fashola, and he was saying, if you take for instance the issue of the second Niger Bridge, it was just a statement about that project prior to 2015. And that if you look at the progress that is made, if not because of COVID-19, by this year, or at least before the government, this current regime hands off to next year, it will have been delivered. Well, as I said, we are seeing visuals about progress that has been made on the project, and then you also have cases of other cases, like road development. Even he's talked about the dualization that is taking place between Kano and Maiduguri and so on and so forth. But what one is saying, I had the opportunity of traveling last week this week actually, between Oshogbo and Lagos, and I went by road. And I can still see that, even the express road between Ibadan and Lagos, which started a long time ago, probably before the regime of Muhammadu Buhari came to power, is still ongoing. So I think
they had to revoke and re-award at the time.
I think the issue about catching the imagination of Nigerians is something that is so critical at this point in time, so that Nigerians can actually have a feeling that transformation is taking place. Otherwise, although as I said, and I have admitted that we have not remained static since 2015, but I think the progress should have been much, much better and more graduous than what we are having at the moment.
All right, we're talking of issues of cross-carpeting and all that before now. Well, how do we de-incentivize that and perhaps begin to build our party systems? Especially along the lines of political affinity, having the same kind of backgrounds. In those days when we were in the university, you already have an idea of what some parties stood for and all that. And even those before our times, we could still pick up documents of what they were talking about in terms of manifesto, and we knew who and who could be in the same setting simply because of their ideology.
Yeah, I think it's a very fundamental question, really, which we may not be able to be definitive about to say this is what we need to do, this is the thing we shouldn't do. But I think, in my own opinion, I think it's about our orientation towards materialism. We're enveloped in the world of consumerism where the more money you have, the more respectable you are likely to be. Where this has taken over our psychology, and of course, I want to go back to the question of the failure of institutions again. In other climes, it doesn't matter what your status is. The state institutions are responsible for you. If you are ill, if you are not well in health, the hospitals are there. If you need education, of course, the facilities are there. The social security system, so the infrastructures are there as well. Personally, these things you can provide for yourself.
All right, Doctor, sorry, please, I would come back to you very shortly. The women are agitating so much these past few weeks. They didn't get, so many of the, acts over the line, the bills over the line in the House of Assembly. So I will want Ruth Gwele to quickly speak with the Minister of Women Affairs. What message has she come with, especially with the women in this convention? Is it a protest or are we cooperating? If not, we'll come back to the minister. Let the minister stay there. I don't, we must be very gender sensitive at this time. Ruth, go ahead. Back to Ruth. Once we get them, we'll get back to Ruth very shortly. Doctor, you were talking.
Yeah, so I was making the point about all strengthening our institutions to meet the yearnings and aspirations of the people, the basic needs in the system, so that they will not be concerned about having as much money as possible to provide these things for themselves. It's very difficult for you to be ideological, to subscribe to principles, when you are in a state of want. People can easily manipulate you with resources, with raw cash, when they know that you are in a perpetual state of need, So your ability to subscribe to the ideals of religion, ideals of culture, principles, you will become weakened when you are being badgered by needs as the larger population of the larger portion of our population is. So that's why the populists, the electorates, remain susceptible to the pleasure tactics of the politician. And of course, even amongst themselves, they too are easily pander to where resources are more likely to come from. They pander to gratification because they're just concerned about how much they can help themselves with in terms of cash and material possession. It might take time, really. Those days, we were okay at the level of our economy, relatively though. We're probably doing better than we're probably doing now. That's why if you mention MPN, you know where there's philosophical or ideological or orientation. If you mention MPN, you know what their orientation is. If you mention PRP, you are comfortable with that they are pro-talak hours, but not anymore because there has been a gradual deterioration of the system because of the economy that has been on the tailspin, weakening the purchasing power of the individuals and the ability of the individual to meet the basic needs of life. So they become susceptible to the vagaries of living, and they can therefore be less ideological. So what do we do in the circumstance? Of course, more responsiveness, more productivity in governance, so that we can ramp up the effectivity of the institutions, and of course the ability to meet the expectations of the people will be increased. And of course, we will now begin to look less at individuals and how much somebody has, within the committee of the state, as the case could be.
All right, Dr. Abomisu, let's talk a bit of demographics now. We're just about to have an interview with the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs. Women have been agitating. They're not particularly happy, especially because the bills they presented were not, given the consideration they wanted. And the youths too are asking for more space, especially in elective positions as well. What do you see, especially now that we're moving to a general election that these two huge demographics and talking about women and youth may want to have a big say?
Well, it's a complex issue. We're in a democracy. I'm not aware that women have been disqualified from participating, either by buying nomination forms or aspiring to any office. I think what they are looking for is an affirmative action to say that maybe 50% of seats should be reserved. And this is something that cannot be taken by force. It has to be dialogue, and that is why we say we're a democratic nation where you can canvass your ideas. If it is rejected, you can still go back on and on again.
All right, let's quickly hear from the women now. Or before we go to Ruth, let's go to Nnamdi Odikpo. Nnamdi Odikpo is standing by. Nnamdi, tell us a bit about what is happening at your corner or in your corner of the Eagle Square at this time. All right, while we're waiting for Nnamdi to get set, it's getting so filled up now, talking about Eagle Square. We will go back to them as soon as, they get set. So many people thronging Eagle Square, and even also even struggling with some of our reporters for space as well. You were just talking about...
but I have a concern with all of this demography that you are mentioning. there is a clear distinction between when you believe in something and you are fighting for it, then when you are pushed to fight for it. The commitment will not be the same. So if we are doing it, because we have a challenge in this country where any NGO can come and put ideas in the head of anybody. And it becomes an idea that they are willing to fight for because funding is coming. Now, where you have genuine women's struggle, if you go to our history, people like Fumila Ransom Kuti, nobody put those ideas in their head. People like Gambo Sawaba, these were people that fight for genuine women emancipation, not because they are lodged in Hilton and they were given tea and then they said, okay.
Don't let my reporter Ruth hear this. Ruth, Ruth, are you there? Please talk to the minister very quickly. I'll come back to you. If Ruth is available, let's quickly speak with Ruth. The honorable minister is there. I won't tell the minister what one of my guests said, but let the minister say something.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fisayo. Sorry about that. The first time you couldn't pick up our audio. But yes, when you're talking women affairs, when you're talking about participation of women in politics, you know one woman who has been a driving force, that's the Minister of Women Affairs. The National Convention of the All Progressives Congress has come. What is the role of women in this convention?
Women's role in any convention of a political party is very strategic, very critical, because women are drivers of the success of any political party or any election. Women canvass for votes, women queue in the rain and in the sunshine to vote for whoever they decide to. But things must change for the good of the nation. We are demanding for more seats for women in the party structure because that is the starting point. We need more women in the party structure. And I'm appealing to the good people of our great party, the APC, to support all the women that have come out to vie for various positions. And all the women that have come out to vie for vice chairman, deputy treasurer, second, name it, from all the party structure, women have come out except for chairmanship. And I believe if we want this party to succeed and embrace more people that will lead this country better in the next election, women must be given a voice in the party structure because women are the engine of every party. I'm therefore appealing to all delegates to support all the women that have come out to vie for all the positions. And that by the grace of God, if that is done, our party will be more formidable. Our party will be able to compete with all other political parties. We must remove selfishness because everything is about me. The men cannot continue to occupy all the space. We must have women at the decision table so that this country can move forward. I congratulate our leader, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I congratulate all leaders of our party at the state and local government level. And I pray that we will be fair and just in order to make this party stand strong, especially in supporting women to get to certain strategic positions. We need more women, at least 3 or 4, in the party structure. The better if we have at least 1/3 of the positions in the neck, the party will be stronger and the better off for it.
No doubt, Honorable Minister, equity and justice is what the women have been vying for. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was the Minister of Women Affairs speaking on the role of women beyond this convention, but in the political space of Nigeria. Women will continue to stand and, project their voices so that they will be well represented in every political space in Nigeria. I hand you back.
Thank you very much, Ruth Aguele. Our researcher in the house, Dr. Bamisu, has been speaking. Of course, I made sure that I did not whisper some of your interventions to Ruth, so that the minister will not head to our studio immediately. All right, so let's. I want you to round up.
Yeah, so I am saying that our women are capable. They've been tested in governance. they did not get to those positions by affirmative action. They went to those positions based on hard work and commitment to governance. We know their struggle. If you come into the top to say the women should be given, say, 60%, and the delegates, right from day one, are composed of men, how are you going to do that? So it is not about affirmative action. It's about the women themselves taking cognizance of their power or powers to effect the kind of change they want to see. If you keep on begging, it's self-defeating. It will look as if we are not capable. We're not saying that they have equal strength with men. Now, this brings me to the issue of youth participation. Youths have been participating in politics in this country, and nobody has stopped any youth from participating. They'll be participating to the extent of their strength. I believe that power is not something that is given on a platter. You have to work for it. You have to. A lot of young persons have gone to State House of Assembly. We have young governors. We have young senators. Saying that youths have been. So what happened to youth parties? What happened to youth parties? I know of several parties that have been formed by youths. And now, if you cannot be able, look, let us face reality in this country. We have youth organizations that youth are not able to run effectively. So who will trust you with power? Who will trust you with resources? We have student bodies that the youth have not been able to run effectively. And then you want me to hand over the security as well as the destiny of my children into your own hands? You've not convinced me enough. You see, democracy is a marketplace of ideas. The space is wide enough. Anybody can come and contest for anything. Okay, independent candidacy. Okay, you have it. Let youth participate using that platform. So the issue is, I'm trying to round up, and this is my point. Let us understand one thing, that this idea is coming from us because we wanted change, and we want change and want to achieve change, and we are organizing. Go and check what the youth did to bring APC to power, because the message, right, connect with the youth. Change. A lot of people, youth contributed money, they volunteered to ensure that they brought APC to power. That is participation. Because they believe, no, they didn't ask anybody for funding. But when you have other claims that are coming to tell us, for instance, youth affirmative action, whereas they're not doing the same thing in the United States, and they're voting funds to push our youth against the elders to cause chaos, just the way we are witnessing the kind of things that are happening in the name of youth participation. No, I take exception to that. We don't have any country more than Nigeria, and we have to preserve Nigeria. Even those countries that are saying women participation, how many of those countries are ready for women participation? How many of them gave them affirmative action? The so-called advanced countries. Didn't you see what happened in the United States of America? Didn't Clinton aspire to be the president of America? Hillary Clinton, was she voted? These are the issues. So we should separate.
She got the popular votes. Anyway.
We should separate. We should separate NGO-induced agitation and real agitation of Nigerians that are passionate about change, until such a time that maybe the polity in Nigeria refuse youth to register youth party or to register women party, because anything you want to do to acquire power is through registration of party before you can contest for. So
a platform.
They can have those platforms.
All right. One thing we can give a thumbs up to, the president current administration is the passing into law of the Not Too Young to Run bill.
Yes.
A lot of people are now saying, based on the monies that are being asked for in terms of this expression of interest and all, perhaps there should be a new bill, Not Too Poor to Run.
Not too poor to run. No, I think the question to ask is, not too young to run. What has been the result?
That is it.
So they'll now bring in, not too poor to run.
No, it's on the lighter side.
On the lighter side. No, I'm just saying that, even if you extend the whole idea to that level, in fact, it becomes a mockery, because, the youth have not even taken the space that is allocated to them. But the point that, Dr. Sadio Dr. Hamisu is making, I try to look at it from the point of view of how did we start this democratic journey? And how do we start? We started when the English people were here. They were the ones that actually brought about, political, democratic politics. The way it is practiced generally. It became premier. How old was Awolowo? These were people who probably were still under 50. When they assumed, then he became the head of state of this country. Made it very hard, to get themselves, resourced. And these resources, of course, the older ones will not give. So they have to actually also find a way of doing it. Then, let us be clear about, the NGOs, non-governmental organizations that the youth are using, even as a platform to campaign for. Not too young to run. Of course, because of even the lack of resources, they have had to depend on external funding, and it has its own, challenge. Sometimes the funding may even be dry up. And you have had, in the course of my career as a university lecturer, I've had to be involved in a number of NGOs. And I know when it was buoyant for us, there are people who see our activities. We'll be very vibrant, we'll be everywhere, we'll be campaigning for, issues that we thought, we should be campaigning for. But the moment the external funding dries up, you also discover that, our level of activism will also dwindle. So what I think, will have to be done is to see a situation whereby our democracy will develop so substantively to the extent that we have foundations in this country that will key into the activities of the youth. The NGOs we are talking about, a lot of them actually are very patriotic in terms of their visions and missions. And they are doing very well. They have, very clear, if you take Yaga, for instance, as one of them, the one that is, our plaque. These are, NGOs that are really doing very well and helping a great deal to advance the cause of democracy. So I'm suggesting, on the basis of our discussion now, that, foundations must be domiciled here in the country, and there are people who should. Dangote, for instance, has a foundation. Let him also, apart from the other good things he's doing at the moment, let me also look at the possibility. And I'm also thinking in terms of Elumelu, Tony Elumelu, his foundation. They can really help again, apart from their focus in terms of deepening the democratic process in this country.
All right, you're still watching the live telecast of the APC, that is All Progressive Congress 2022 National Convention. We'll go for a short break now. When we return, we're looking at women, youths, and we'll also be looking at the man who they say the cap fits profile.
We are looking forward to a peaceful convention where national leaders will emerge that will lead us to solidify on the gains that we have made, strengthen our party, strengthen our platform and our resolve and our ability to continue to deliver to Nigerians.
We are working very hard round the clock to ensure that we deliver the National Convention on the 26th of March 2022.
We are already putting all the arrangements to ensure a very smooth convention.
We're going to this convention stronger than ever before, and we shall come out like a diamond.
The APC National Convention, stronger and more united for a greater Nigeria. Join us on Saturday, 26th March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja.
This Saturday, 26th of March, at the famous Eagle Square, Abuja, APC delegates from across Nigeria will gather to elect a new leadership that will take our great party to the next phase. Esteemed party members, the task ahead marks the beginning of our quest for a worthy successor who will continue the outstanding legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari. Let us elect candidates who are committed to the change agenda and candidates that are dear to Mr. President's heart. And then we will elect a presidential candidate in the coming weeks who will continue, consolidate, and expand the achievements of Mr. President. As we do this, let us think about a loyalist. Think about a candidate whose candidature will end the agitations for a president from the southeast and south-south. Think about a great economist, Godwin Ifeanyichukwu Emefiele, a man that has saved the country from countless economic recessions and challenges, a man that believes wholly in the change agenda of Mr. President. This message is sung by Emefiele Support Group.
United and stronger, working for a better Nigeria. APC.
We've had our own fair share of differences of opinion, of contention, of debates, of robust arguments, but these are all geared towards building a much stronger entity, a much stronger party.
There is nothing that is greater than the unity of APC, because APC remains the hope of this country.
This party, the APC, is already united. The governors are united. Our major stakeholders are united, and we are going into this convention also united.
The APC National Convention consolidated our unity on a solid foundation of peace and progress on Saturday, 26 March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja.
All right, talking about the live telecast, of course, of APC Convention, let's quickly take a special package on women seeking elective position.
The Women Political Emancipation Bills, which could not scale through during the constitutional amendment voting at the National Assembly and the APC Convention of Saturday, 26th March, seem to have increased the tempo of drums of support for the women. The campaign for more women participation in politics is therefore gaining momentum in the Nigerian political space.
If you do your math and you do your statistics, you will understand that it is these women that come out en masse to...
It does not hurt. It does not injure. It does not do any harm to the Federal Republic if we bring our women folk up to speed.
The voices of the women have continued to get louder, galvanizing action and initiatives towards their support at every forum they found themselves.
Gender inequality is not a women's issue, but an economic one. That gender equality is essential for economies and communities to thrive.
We as women must come out there and play our own part.
The equality we are talking about is not competing with them at home or trying to take their position as the head of the family. It is inclusion into national decision-making.
At the APC Women Pre-Convention Roundtable Discussion and Dinner, the women also reached out to all and sundry in order to shorten the political gaps between them and their male counterparts.
The time has come that we must shed our differences and work together as a team.
If indeed we want to get a larger percentage of women in the national, state, or local government, we can do an aggressive but subtle talking with our governors.
The women have also identified inclusiveness and empowerment of their folk, especially at the grassroots, as key. And at party levels, they are now building financial blocks and other political engagement platforms to bridge all gaps.
We will be supporting women with capacity building, with election support in terms of printing their posters, advertising or sponsoring their jingles, and also lobbying for their positions, from critical stakeholders.
Interestingly, the women also are beginning to understand the significance of their numerical strength at the ballot. With commitment in this regard, the women say they are well armed to clinch more elective positions come 2023. Kenneth Nanim, NTA News.
All right, well, our next package involves the concept of party supremacy.
The evolution of political parties from the First and Second Republics has given defined roles to elected officers. Whereas political party structure is such that responsibilities are stated from the Board of Trustees to the National Working Committee members down to even committees, the influence and powers wielded by chief executives in decision-making process have raised critical issues on the need for these set of leaders to be formally recognized by the Electoral Act. Since 2003, when the then administration of Olusegun Obasanjo gave the leadership of the PDP to the governors in the various states in order to avoid the wrangling within the party hierarchy, the situation has become constitutional to virtually all political parties. Some of the key players, both in government and party system, believe that the only way to achieve meaningful results is for this reality to be sustained.
Who is not willing to listen to the president? We don't know who else they will listen to.
Constitution of the party, therefore, speaks to specifically how the party will be organized. And so it will be nice to refer to the party constitution. What you will be challenging is if the party constitution run at variance with the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is not. Because in every organization, there has to be leadership. And the organization has defined its leadership formation in that respect.
I think we better allow it to be as it is, because when people get used to something, they start practicing it. Complaining about it, it may be somebody need attention.
The right way to go is when you articulate your interests, if it was whole sway, you must get the buy-in of the majority of the party members. Your position as chief executive notwithstanding. It is when you get the buy-in of everybody that when you subject that your opinion, that your position to test, it will now reign.
Experts in their arguments are convinced that separating political office holders from party leadership will create room for checks and balances in the system.
Now, sincerely, I think the best to have is to have that distinction between, party functions and governmental functions. In other words, those who are representing the party in government, they could be checked by party leaders. The governors, they have the money to spend. And because they have the money to spend, it's quite easy that they can be able to dictate the pace. And to a great extent too, even what is obtainable in the party can be exclusive of the party members. There are quite a number of things that are happening in this party that are not known, to the purported members of the party.
I believe that the party would always be supreme, because at the end of the day, they regulate what we do, they control everything we do, and that is why we must always elect people who are respected and respectable.
The constitution of the political parties and the Electoral Act have become the tools laid down to check the affairs of party officers and those in government in order to build a political structure where activities of leaders and members are regulated. In Abuja, David Irie, NTA News.
Many thanks to David Irie. We are getting to the home run for this segment of telecast today, and I still have my guest, Professor Nuhu Yakub, is still here, and he will be giving us his last set of interventions. We've seen what is happening. We've seen what happened also with the other parties' opposition, the main opposition, PDP, and all that. Now we're entering the business end of this cycle. That is, we're talking about the general elections next year. We're talking about the off-cycle elections in 2 states. What are your expectations? First, by the politicians and perhaps even the voters themselves.
Well, as I said, in my opening remarks, I mentioned that a process, if it is if it commences, first of all, it will have to have its objective, and at the end of the day, when it comes to an end, we'll ask what are the results. Yeah. I'm sure, at the end of the day, today or tomorrow, even at the Honorable Minister of Transportation, he was talking, he will be prepared to stay in the Eagle Square up till tomorrow morning. So if it is tomorrow morning they finish the process, we will expect that it will be successful. And if it is successful, let the leadership that will emerge go back to work and ensure that the purpose of the end of this process will be justified going forward.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Adeni, also, you've been here since early in the day. What are your expectations in terms of, we look at, what new innovations we've seen in the Electoral Act, the umpire itself, and moving on to the business end of this cycle, everything dovetailing to, climaxing in the 2023 general election. What are your expectations?
Yeah, from flowing from what Prof said, we just expect improvement in the processes. And we expect that the next cycle will be better than what we saw in 2019, just like maybe to some extent 2019 was better than 2015. We want to see progress in terms of guaranteeing transparency, accountability, and the quality of the election. And while INEC is busy improving their processes, the political parties should also ramp up their internal mechanisms so that they can grow internal democracy that is intra to them. Because if they are not grown at that level, then we do not expect them to give what they do not have. We have to be mindful of this, and it can happen essentially through maybe a new round of conscientization. INEC is doing voter education. We expect some level of sensitization on the part of the political parties as well. All this will add up to an improved democratic experiment consistent with the ideal.
All right, when we talk about the umpire and managing the system and the performance of the innovations we've seen so far, it seems as if the case of politicians, voters, and the umpire is a case of if the hunter continues to shoot without stopping, the bird also will fly without perching.
Yes, that has been the situation. We're dealing with Nigerians, and Nigerians have a way of breaking the system, however new. We're not saying that INEC is not doing enough, but we're saying that the politicians have not vowed not to do what they used to do, which is to injure the system in such a way that they can get their interests passed through. We're hoping that all the stakeholders in the electoral process will perform their roles and perform their roles effectively. For instance, the security personnel. What are they doing to ensure that, okay, there is hitch-free election, even convention and the rest? The election management bodies, not even INEC alone now, there are a lot of stakeholders in the process, the civil society organization, each playing their roles to ensure that we have not rancor-free, but we should have an election that will not lead to violence. This is what we're looking for. Yeah, there may be rancor, but it can be settled amicably. And we're expecting that the fallout from the convention will be such that it's manageable to the extent that it does not even affect our social relationship in this country, and we have a peaceful country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abu Amisu. I was giving us another, very succinct intervention there. Many thanks to to Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, I beg your pardon, Department of Mass Communication, Business University, Abuja, and of course, Professor Nuhu Yakub, Professor of Political Science and former Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja and Sokoto State University. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this session. Thank you for also watching. I will be handing over to my colleague Henry John, who will be taking up the next session with our set of guests as well. But before then, we will be joining Eagle Square to bring you live ambience of the actualities there, and perhaps some interviews also conducted from by our presenters on ground. My name is Fisao Gufe. Thanking you for being a part of this session and hoping you stick with the Nigerian Television Authority for the very best of coverage of this exercise, as well as you know that we give you the very best of news, reviews, previews, and interviews. Bye-bye now.
Afakala. You're welcome.
Ọmọdé ìlú ìjọyà ó jàre ìjọyà. Àgbàlagbà ìjọyà ìjọyà.
It's my turn to be thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you. May I use the opportunity, the presence here in our midst, former Welfare Secretary of the APC, and now the Director General of Smiden, Dr. Deko Umarada de Gwagwarang Kasina is here. Ladies and gentlemen, may I equally announce Ambassador of Nigeria, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Elijah C. Onyegba, PhD. Equally, Senator Sidi Ali, Senator Isa Maina, Senator Kyra Gwadabe, Senator Usman Wowo are all here in the mix. His Excellency Benga Hashimu Alhaji Abdul Malik Usman, FCT Chair, Honorable, Right Honorable Zakero Angulo, Right Honorable Zafana Gisolo, Right Honorable Tanko Labani, His Excellency Shetu Mamman, and His Excellency, this one have been already captured. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Salisu Iro Isensi, Honorable Lumaya Abdul Qadir, Honorable Tarit Ndute, Honorable Ahmed Yebu are all in the mix of us. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Murtala Kankara is here. I want to especially announce equally Honorable Zayat of Igavi Federal Constituency of the National Assembly is not forgotten, equally acknowledged and recognized. Mr. DJ, over to you, please.
Gbogbo pẹ̀lú ṣẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣe ń lọ ní iwájú. Tí àwọn olómele ń bá wa tẹ̀lé wọn. Ṣọlá international drama máa bá wọn bọ̀. Ẹ̀yin oníjìtá ò ẹ máa tẹ̀lé wọn bọ̀. Gẹ́gẹ́ àtọ̀sán ọwọ́ yín dà o. Gẹ́gẹ́ àtọwọ́ yín lọ. Ayéfẹ́lẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn kẹ́ bọ́ ságo. Ayéfẹ́lẹ́ ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn bá ṣe máa ń ṣe. Àwa tún ti dé o kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́wọ̀ gbàjọ óyá. Èrè àsìkò báwọn tó nígbà ìlú wa tó ní àsìkò báwọn tó jẹ́ tiwa. Àwa dé o kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́wọ̀ gbàjọ. Ayéfẹ́lẹ́ ti ń pèdè àsìkò báwọn tó nígbà bí mo ti ń lùlù àsìkò báwọn tó jẹ́ tìsí. Ìṣe ni kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ kẹ́ bá mi jọ. Àwa tún ti dé o kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́wọ̀ gbàjọ Ayéfẹ́lẹ́. Èrè àsìkò báwọn tó nígbà ìlú wa tó ní àsìkò báwọn tó jẹ́ tiwa. Àwa dé o kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́wọ̀ gbàjọ. Kábíyèsí ìlú ẹ máa kú kalẹ̀ o. Gbogbo lóyè ìlú wa ẹ máa kú kalẹ̀ o. Ọmọ ilé ìwé ẹ máa kú kalẹ̀ o. Ẹ kú àsìkò yìí kájọ máa gbádùn bọ̀ o. Àwa tún ti dé o kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́wọ̀ gbàjọ yá. Èrè àsìkò báwọn tó nígbà ìlú wa tó ní àsìkò báwọn tó jẹ́ tiwa. Àwa dé o kẹ́bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́wọ̀ gbàjọ. Ẹ̀yin ará ìlú ẹ máa kú kalẹ̀. Lọ́mọdé àgbàlagbà ẹ máa kú kalẹ̀. Takọtabo ìlú ẹ máa kú kalẹ̀. Tonílé tàlejò ìlú ẹ máa kú kalẹ̀.
We keep acknowledging personality, Halton music, and doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mother Judge Sambo, Honorable Minister of State Works in Housing is in the mix of us. And we say most sincerely, you're welcome. Alhaji Ismail Afakalla, Censorship Board, Hate, Kano State is here in the mix of us. You're welcome, you're welcome. All personalities in here, Honorable Nazir, we say, we call it. Yes, Abraba Garama. We are also acknowledge and recognize all of us. DJ, over to you once again, please.
Wannan wakar ba ta kuɗi ba ce ba. Hindi ba na kuɗi ba ne ba. Yamma Najeriya. Za a ba mu daloli mun ki karba. Na ce ku gaya musu yanci. Ba na kuɗi ba ne ba. 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 Ba na kuɗi ba ne ba.
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the presidential, mix, Senator Andy Uba, MFR, and the ladies and gentlemen, High Chief Akechi are holding here. May I, ladies and gentlemen, announce the arrival here in our midst of former governor of Adamawa State, His Excellency Jibril Bindo is in the mix of us. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome, Your Excellency. You're welcome, Your Excellency, and of course your entourage.
Wannan wakar ba ta kuɗi ba ce ba. Hindi ba na kuɗi ba ne ba. Iya ma Najeriya. An sa ba mu daloli mun ki karba. Ya ce ku gaya musu yanci. Ba na kuɗi ba ne ba. 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 Ba na kuɗi ba ne ba.
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the presence here in our mix of the Secretary of the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Commission, MB Shehu. It is. Sir, you're welcome. Equally, the DG of the Basa, Sir Yusuf Jamo is in the mix of us. Sir, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Barrister Sam Ode MNR, former Minister, Niger Delta Affairs, is here. Equally, ladies and gentlemen from Kaduna State, lady, may I request an announcement, please? We are requesting the indulgence of the Executive Governor of Kogi State, and Zamfara State to please come up stage. The governors of Kogi, Alajaya Bello, Doza Bello, and Matawa Lebaradun. May I, only the governors, please, without
sounds and sounds just to give you a sense of the ambience what we've been doing in the last couple of minutes. And of course, if you've been with us in the last hour, in the last 2 hours, you would have seen that we've been bringing you interviews of not just dignitaries but delegates to the National Convention here. I've got former governorship aspirant, governorship candidates, as a matter of fact, from Imo State in the last governorship elections. Honorable Uche Nwoye, he's here. More so, I beg your pardon. Uche Nwoye, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I was calling you Uche Nwoye. Tony Nwoye of Nance. He was also governorship candidate in Anambra. You're all governorship candidates, and we tend to get them mixed up sometimes. Sorry about that. Uche Nwoye, I beg your pardon, from Imo State, once governorship candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress there. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Abuja for the National Convention of the governing party. Give us a sense of where the Imo State delegation is at the moment, of course, considering some of the issues that have played out in the months, in the weeks, even in the minutes leading to this particular convention. I've seen Owele Rochas Okorocha a couple of minutes ago with a delegation behind him. I saw the state governor, of course, also, with his own delegation also moving about. Give us a sense of where Imo State is at the present and how united or what front you're coming to the National Convention with.
Thank you very much. First, I want to congratulate our delegates and all members of APC who are here today. This has shown that we are united. This has shown that APC is a strong, united, and vibrant party. On the matter concerning Imo State, what we want is a united party. At this point in time, we want to have our convention, united convention. There is no division for now, so that we can get it right and have our convention and then go back to our various places peacefully. So whether Governor Hope Uzodinma camp, whether Senator Rochas Okorocha camp, what we need at this present time is a united convention. So it does not matter who camp any delegates belong.
Is this perhaps a harbinger of what is to come? You've just talked about unity. I get the sense that if you can quell this unity factionalization in the party at this point because of an higher purpose. I mean, do I get a sense that going forward the unity might just play beyond the national convention? Of course, and we see that playing out in the days after the election.
Perfectly. You know, our prayers is that the incoming national executive should be able, the attacks for me, 1, reconciliation, 2, reconciliation, 3, reconciliation, 4, reconciliation, 5, reconciliation. Once they are able to reconcile factions in different states, Rivers, Imo, Zamfara, Ekiti, so many of them, once they're able to do this, believe me that we are going into 2023 with a united party and we're going to carry the day.
Honorable, I look around me, I look to my left, I look to my right, I see delegates from different states. If I'll just ask the camera to pan a bit, if I'll ask the camera to just pan a bit to my right, well, my cameraman seems to be engaged, he's battling. If I will just ask the camera to pan a bit to my right, just to give you a sense of what is happening here at Eagle Square, to give you a sense of the crowd here. I mean, it's honorable. What I'm saying is, I mean, one could describe it as baffling. As a matter of fact, it is estimated, we had assumed that we would have like 12,000 delegates attending the National Convention. This is beyond that number, I guess.
Yes, because it's a party that is progressive and it's a party that accommodates everybody. There is a restriction for delegates and there are restrictions for other people too who are not delegates. So what you see here today is to tell you that APC is the #1 party in Nigeria, and APC remains one of the strongest parties in Africa. You can, in some parties, by now you would have seen fights, you would have seen pushing, you have seen the other way.
It seems to be a journey. It seems to be a journey.
People with their drums, people exchanging greetings, hugging each other, people from Kano hugging people from Edo, people from Edo hugging people from Sokoto. That is what we need in APC, and that is why we are here today, jointly united to elect our neck.
And of course, the expectation would be that it should carry on beyond the National Convention. I mean, going forward, or what are your expectations going forward, generally, for the national body of the party, for state chapters, for local government chapters as well?
Yes, going forward, after this convention, my prayer is that the incoming national executives should reconcile the party structures in the different states. Again, kudos to Mr. President for coming in when people thought that APC is a crisis. And the president came in, had meetings, few meetings, and everything came together again. I want to beg Mr. President to continue with these meetings until we have our presidential candidate. Once the president was able to handle all this, and once the NEC are able to reconcile, it does not matter which particular group you belong, carry everybody along. If the NEC are able to carry everybody along, believe me, we are going to have a stronger party. We are going to have a stronger.
I see this for our state governor heading towards us. Thank you so much, Honorable. Let me see if I can actually catch this for our state governor. Is heading to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we're live. Please, if you'll just join us, we're live. Please, Your Excellency, if you can just come this way. Well, unfortunately, I couldn't succeed there. Honorable, thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to see if I'll be able to catch the Zamfara State Governor, but his security details there knocks out the win. In me for a bit there. Let me just catch my breath and let's continue to give you some sound. Ambience. Continue to give you ambience from the Eagle Square, and then when we have more delegates or dignitaries there to interview, we'll come right back with you.
Many thanks, Unamdi Odupo, for that trying to get the governor of Zamfara State there. In fact, it's been a tough job, and I must commend our correspondent live at the Eagle Square, feeding us with live developments as the All Progressives Congress holds its much anticipated national convention today. Now, this is coming 638 days after the dissolution of the last substantive National Working Committee led by Adams Oshiomhole. The new national and zone officers of the party will be elected at the convention, which was actually earlier billed for February 26 but shifted to March 26, which is today. The convention is also expected to approve the amended sections of the party's constitution and ratify the activities of the Caretaker and Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee, talking about the CECPC. Now, you would recall that the party held its ward, local government and state congresses last year, and no fewer than 7,584 delegates will take part in voting at the convention today, as disclosed by the party in a tweet. Now, the delegates will elect the 21 members of the National Working Committee from the 169 aspirants for various positions to take over the leadership of the 9-year-old party from the CECPC. Now, the 12-member committee led by Governor Mala Buni of Yobe State was constituted on June 25, 2020, after the sack of the Adams Oshiomhole-led National Working Committee to run the party and package a convention within 6 months. But it could not do so until now. The main attraction of today's event is the election of a new chairman. Now, 7 members of the party bought the expression of interest and nomination forms to vie for the position zoned to the North Central. The aspirants included 2 former governors of Nasarawa State and 7 senators, Abdullahi Adamu and Tanko Almakura. Others are former Benue Governor and current Minister of Special Duties, George Akume. The Senator for Niger East, Sani Musa, former Deputy Chairman of the defunct CPC, Saliu Mustafa from Kwara State, and an aide to Niger State Governor, Mohammed Etsu. Although he's not from the North Central region, we also saw Abdulaziz Yari, a former governor of Zamfara State from the Northwest region, who was in the race. However, following the directive of the leader of the party, talking about President Muhammadu Buhari, 6 chairmanship aspirants have written a letter of withdrawal from the race at today's national convention for the position of the chairman and agreed on the president's preferred candidate for the position. Talking about Senator Abdullahi Adamu. It's important to state that the convention, which is a precursor to the conduct of primaries for candidates of the party, has a direct bearing on the fortunes of the party in the 2023 general election. Now, let me also mention that about a year and 9 months after its National Working Committee was dissolved, the National Caretaker and Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee of APC has declared that all political appointees who were elected as delegates to the National Convention will not vote in view of the controversy surrounding Section 84, subsection 12 of the Electoral Act 2022. However, political appointees can still attend as observers, and there are also indications that some states will not be voting at today's national convention, which include Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, and Taraba. The election of the state executive committees of the affected states are subject to litigation in the court, hence the party bar in the states. However, statutory delegates from the affected states will be allowed to vote, while delegates that emerge from the congresses held in the affected states will be exempted from voting. Now, that is a build-up to where we are at the moment. So, of course, as you've heard from our correspondents on the field, it's a massive crowd right there. But right here in the studio, I have 2 gentlemen who will be joining me in this discussion this evening. I'm being joined by the Chairman Partners for Electoral Reforms, Ezenwa Onwagu. Many thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
And I also have with me a public affairs analyst, Ibrahim Modibo.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so I want to thank my colleague who has been here, Fisayo Ogunfuyi, who has actually held things down since 2 p.m. when this live studio discussion opened. I am Ian Ray John, and of course, the next few hours we will be analyzing this convention. So I'd like to begin with you, Ezenwa, because immediately you entered the studio, you said Nigerians keep telling you they're not interested in things like this, or they're tired. But you can see the massive crowd at Eagle Square, and you're wondering where they're coming from. What exactly, or how would you, say that such conventions, affect our politics or our political landscape in the country?
Well, it's important that this convention is holding. It's important that the APC is able to wield, there is this lingo that got into our political discussions many years ago, behemoth. They say, oh, they used to hear that the ruling party then was a behemoth and that it will implode internally and all of those things. So, but we've seen a party that looks like it's the cracks that we saw earlier has come together. And what I'm seeing driving down to the studio is much more like a fun fair. And I was, if you coming from where I was coming from and saw the mass of people, the impression you get is that if you're on social media, for instance, if you're on Twitter or if you were following Twitter, you would think that you will just drive through and come, because the feeling you get, oh, Nigerians are tired of this, Nigerians are tired of that. And this, for me, punctures all of that postulation. It tells you that Nigerians love democracy, what's and all. It tells you that Nigerians want it consolidated. It tells you that it's a work in progress. It tells you that they are looking to a situation in which this democracy will begin to work for them.
Okay, so just before I go over to Ibrahim Modibo to also tell me how he feels, about the polls at the Eagle Square, let's join my colleague Ruth Aguele, who is live at the Eagle Square, to feed us with more updates from the National Convention of the All Progressives Congress. Ruth? Okay, I'm sure that Ruth, are you ready?
With Senator Prince Bassi Otu, he's one of the delegates representing Cross River State. And before this interview, he tells me his expectation is really high, but let him tell you.
Yes, I'm part of the delegation from Cross River State to this very convention. We are happy as one united APC family to be here. You can see the atmosphere. I think the whole of Nigeria is here. And this is truly the party to beat.
You know, the APC have proven over time that they're a force to reckon with when it comes to unity of purpose. What would you want to see at the end of this convention, the kind of leaders that will emerge to lead this party for the next 4 years?
What we're looking at is just leaders that will take this country, that will move this country forward. Already some firm foundation has been laid by the APC government of today. It's just that we have problems all over the world. And economies here and there are being rejigged. But Nigeria has been put in proper position now for sustainable progress. So we are looking for a gentleman that will move this country forward, that will consolidate on the gains which we have laid on the ground. So continuity will be the word.
And talking about consolidating on the gains of democracy, the ruling APC party has been, for Nigeria for the past 7 years or more, and stay counted. What kind of impact do you think the party has been able to make for Nigerians so far?
There's been impact on almost every sector. Just like I say, because of the difficulties of the situation in the world today, it's been difficult at times for people to know. But if you go to Agric, so much has been done by way of intervention to make sure that our food security is almost sure in the near future. If you look at areas like transportation, I think giant steps have been taken. Both in terms of making sure that provincial banking governance has been put in place, which means whether definitely or not this country is going to move forward. So we are sure that they put some proper solid pillars which will move the country forward.
So lastly, what do you expect from every candidate vying for political position today to ensure we have a rancor-free election?
Well, all I will expect from the candidates here is for them to understand that it is God that puts people into position. Let it not be something that will bring either acrimony or bring some situation which is not very good for our party. Let all of us come together and make sure that it is as peaceful as possible, and let the winners be gallant in victory. Let them be able to embrace the losers, and together we will build APC and build the country.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you for your time, and we wish the best candidates all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
That was Senator Bassi representing Cross River State. We have the Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Festus Keyamo, just around the corner. Ajia, we're told that activities have actually picked up in the Eagle Square here. Strings of people, a lot of delegates are already arriving, and a lot of people are already, positioned themselves, waiting for the convention to kick off properly. As soon as we can get a hold of the Minister of State for Labor and Employment, we'll definitely get him here. But let's talk to this, one of the delegates already standing by. Let's know you, ma.
Juliet Ibeka Kumwagu, and I'm Special Assistant to the President on. I'm Juliet Ibeka Kumwagu, and I'm the Special Assistant to the President on Justice Reform and International Relations. I'm here as, first of all, because I'm a political appointee, I'm as an observer. Of course, a strong member of APC in Enugu State.
Okay.
I was a former senatorial candidate in 2019 in Enugu State.
Okay. And of course, you are here because you're a woman and you want to see women well represented here.
I want to see women represented, but most importantly, we want to have a strong presence of APC in Enugu State. We believe that this is the time to reinforce once again the fact that democracy is important, and everything we are doing today is about reinforcing democracy at the grassroots, at the ward level, at the state level, and at the national level.
And over time, women have continued to prove themselves that yes, they can do it if they get the necessary support. But what is your opinion regarding women's participation in politics beyond Enugu State, but Nigeria as a whole?
Well, my view is that the system we have today is not supporting women enough. We believe that with the constitutional review, with the support of the National Assembly members, we should have more women in the legislative arm of government, not just at the national level, but also at the state level, and even as local government chairmen and councillors. So the truth of the matter is there's always this view that only certain women, only men actually should be represented at the National Working Committee of the party. That's not true. So we managed to encourage more women to participate in electoral positions that are available for NWC. For example, we have women participating as a national treasurer. But as we speak, I know she's having problem trying to get herself into the unity list, as it were. But she's ready to contest it, and I think she should be given the opportunity to contest. So we're urging more women to come out, not just for electoral positions, but for party positions. Because if the women come in for the party positions, there is every likelihood that they will support other women to come into office.
Yes, indeed. Opportunity and support are the key two words there. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time. Thank you. All right, women, you here are fully represented here at the National Convention of the All Progressives Congress. Ajia, earlier you were just sharing with me your thoughts on how you think this time around women have decided to prove themselves differently.
Okay, Ruth, thank you very much. Yes, you and I have been here for a very long time, and we've also seen how women have also come out today to be part of the process, and not also forgetting that they have always been part of the process. And today is not different. By the numbers we've seen around, all the pavilion, you will see the dominance of women. And from the women you've spoken to, we've also got to hear from them that they wouldn't want to be left behind, more so when they are pushing from all angles to be part of the process that will elect women, not only seeing women being appointed. And I think it's a very good development, just like the women have brought their voice also to be counted as part of the APC 2022 National Convention here at Eagle Square.
Well, Ajia, no doubt history is being made today as delegates are expecting this convention to turn out positively, rank-free and hitch-free. We'll definitely keep you posted, studio, so let's hand it back to the studio.
Many thanks, Ruth Aguele and Abdullahi Adia. Very interesting interviews coming from the Eagle Square. And I particularly like the take on women. I'll get to that much later because, of course, looking at the candidates for the chairmanship position for this national convention, there's no woman on that list. Okay, so just before we joined my colleague at Eagle Square, I was coming to you, Ibrahim Modibo, talking about this convention. You know, like Isam already mentioned, it's looking like a carnival of some sort. You know, people are excited. You see the crowd, you know, people coming from different parts of the country for this convention. What is the significance, really, of conventions like this to the political landscape of this country?
Well, let me first and foremost thank the NTA for inviting me to share my thoughts with a very consummate and highly resourceful civil society guru like Yezon Wogu, who has always been here, you know, contributing positively towards the democratic structure of this country. Having stated this, I strongly believe that Mr. President, in his patriotic and nationalistic intervention in the process of good governance, has been able to come up to stamp his feet on the sands of time, bearing in mind that before now, there had been this shifting the goalpost, shifting the position of the referee, shifting the players. You know, the Mai Malabuni administration has done very well as Caretaker Committee. They have wonderfully performed, while we've seen the party attracting a lot of people from the opposition, especially governors from several states, senators, and other party stalwarts of great repute have been able to come into the party. And this makes the party the more the merrier. Because under the normal democratic structure or setup, the people matter. Because it's all about government of the people, for the people, and by the people, going by the dictates of Abraham Lincoln's definition of democracy. Now, seeing this as it is at the moment, the importance of convention in the political or democratic setup cannot be overemphasized. For very obvious reasons. It is a platform where politicians meet to bring out the manifestos, what they want to do to the people, to serve themselves, to show their leadership capabilities, to show the importance of, or the attraction of what they want to offer to the people in trying to lead the party to victory. Now we're moving into 2023, where the presidential elections and other elections will come up. Now, a party such as the APC, with almost over 40 million adherents or people that have been registered as a political party, is one of the largest in sub-Saharan Africa. Whether we like it or not, it is a fact that APC, as it is today, parades itself as one of the best traditions of democracy or political parties in sub-Saharan Africa. And therefore, with this, the convention, as it is today at the Eagle Square, cannot be overemphasized. I've stated for the purpose of emphasis. I'm making this emphasis, bear in mind that the people have to come up as Democrats from various geopolitical zones, irrespective of the culture, religion, tradition, you know, and what have you. They've been able to come up as a formidable team. Because as it is today, a lot of people, as we've seen at the Eagle Square, one gentleman was saying that, look, people from the east will come and hug those from the north, those from the north will hug the south and what have you. That shows the symbol of maturity. It shows the cohesiveness of a political party. It shows the maturity that is being displayed at a convention, which is more of a carnival, to display the political, you know, ambience of a political party. APC, as it is today, is getting set for 2023. And the only way to do that is for us to have a convention that is anchor-free, a convention that will be devoid of, you know, crisis, a convention that will be able to push forward the best first team, the best 11, if it were to be a football team. And what the president has been able to do today, how I wish Mr. President had been doing this right from the onset. But if you look at the profile, his political profile, since he came on board, he was only bothered about the administration of his governance, not minding so much about political party. That's why you see that in several states, we've been having crisis. Go to Rivers, go to Zamfara, go to Kano and whatever. But now, looking at the issue before APC, going into 2023, we cannot go as a divided house. APC symbol is the broom. And you know the broom is a team of straws of broom tied together. And
Yes,
that is
united.
symbolic of a political party that is nationalistic, very patriotic, and also a political party that will move this country forward beyond 2023.
All right. You have actually, drawn my attention to something, talking about the fact that the party intends to move the country, beyond 2023, and talking about unity. And I'm sure that's the reason why those contesting for the chairmanship position actually came together early today to agree, before this convention, that, one person should actually go ahead in order to avoid rancor, like you said, to avoid issues that would eventually maybe bring up other issues that will break up the party. So these chairmanship aspirants and their supporters actually came together and signed a letter agreeing that Abdullahi Adamu should lead the party as a consensus chairman for this national convention, which is holding today. And we have a profile of the man, Abdullahi Adamu. He is, according to reports that we have gotten, yes, and signed by the political, the aspirants, talking about the other 6 aspirants for the chairmanship position of the All Progressives Congress National Working Committee, that Abdullahi Adamu should lead them. So let's see his profile before we continue this discussion.
The man, Abdullahi Adamu, popularly known in the political cycle as the bridge builder, was born in the year 1946, July 23rd, in the Asian city of Kefi. He started his academic pursuit at the age of 7, where he attended the prominent Auduzanga Primary School from 1953 and later Laminga High School. He proceeded to Government Secondary School Makudi and Government Technical College Bukuru Jos. Abdullahi Adamu acquired academic qualifications at various times, but precious and close to his heart is the LLB honor from the University of Jos, which later saw him being called to bar in 1993. As a young man in 1967, he joined the Electricity Corporation of Nigeria and then the Northern Nigeria Development Corporation, Kaduna. He was later appointed member, secretary, and chairman of various organizations such as Benue Plateau Construction Company, Boku, and member, Board of Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He went into full-time politics in 1977, where he was elected into the Constituent Assembly, a reputable form of intellectuals that drafted the country's Second Republic Constitution. At the return of democracy in 1978, he was one of the founding fathers of the then National Party of Nigeria, NPN, which he later served as the first Secretary General in the old Plateau State and later as chairman of the party. At the emergence of the present political dispensation in 1998, and as one of the founding fathers of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, he contested for the governorship seat and won as the first elected executive governor of Nasarawa State and served 2 terms from 1999 to 2007. For his passion to serve his party, the PDP, he was made the Secretary Board of Trustees of the party after his 2 terms as governor of Nasarawa State. Going by his passion, political successes, and good representation, the good people of Nasarawa West Senatorial District called on him to represent them at the Red Chamber.
I'll say with all respect that it will appear to stem from the fact that the government of the day is putting a lot of emphasis in the promotion of agriculture by way of its objective for diversifying the Nigerian economy.
The traditional title holder of Turakin Cafe, the Oba Teru of the source of the Ile-Ife is a bridge builder in the Nigerian political landscape who has so many honors and awards to his credit. A farmer to the core, described variously as a unifying factor, non-tribalistic, a one Nigerian pillar of unity, is married and blessed with 6 children.
All right, you just saw the profile of Abdullahi Adamu, and so far at this moment we hear that he is the consensus chairman of the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress, and that's the reason why the convention is holding today. We also hear that some other positions have also, gone through that same procedure. So, but we'll just wait as events unfold at the Eagle Square. At the moment, let's join my colleague Ruth Aguele at the Eagle Square to give us some more updates. Ruth. Hear me? You can go on.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Ruth. You can go on. I can see you have one of the delegates there.
Okay, thank you very much. I told you earlier that we're expecting the Minister of State for Labor and Employment, who was just around the corner. He's actually one of the delegates, of course, who is in high expectation for today's convention. Minister.
How are you? Good evening. Good to see you. Well, we are excited to be here. This is the supreme organ of the party. When the National Convention meets, all issues are put on the table that unite a party. And so what we're here today to do is an elective convention. We are going to get a brand new National Working Committee that will pilot the party through the 2023 elections, through the primaries and through the main elections. So all the discordant tones you heard before, that is actually in the nature of politics. All the seeming disagreements, they're in the nature of politics. But today, the majority will have its way, but the minority will also have its say here today. You can see that it's a very, very colorful convention. Everybody is excited. And at the end of the day, this is what they call the cement. It brings all of us together as one family. And we are ready at the end of the day to face the opposition in the general elections.
And I will hold you to your word, Honorable Minister, because the 2023 elections is just around the corner, and you know today's convention is very strategic. The kind of leaders that will be elected today will determine how the party will perform come 2023 elections. What do you want to see differently from what has been happening in the past years?
Well, the leadership that is set to emerge today by consensus, especially the national chairman, is one of the best choices we've ever made. He has enormous experience. He has intelligence. In fact, he was my classmate at the law school. We were both called to the bar same day in 1993. Abdullahi Adamu, he was much older than me, so don't think I'm an old man. But he was one of our elders in class, then. Intelligent man. He has a huge pedigree, and we are lucky to have him at this time. He has huge integrity too. So I think we are lucky going into this convention with some kind of consensus. The other issues, we'll sort them out at the end of the day. But like the president said, we are ready at the end of the day to ensure that those people, and you know them, do not get their filthy hands on politics on government again.
You are a barrister, and there's a controversy around the consensus. Some legal experts have come out to say consensus for this kind of convention is against the Electoral Act, Section 82, subsection 3, if I'm correct.
Well, consensus in this respect is not used in the strict legal sense. Consensus in this respect is used in the sense of an agreement between major stakeholders. If you listen to the governor of Kebbi State a few days ago, he said, if you buy a form and you are clear, nobody is preventing you from contesting. It's just that you are going against the grain of popular opinion. And if at the end of the day you are defeated, you have to take it. So they are not going to really prevent anybody from running. They are not going to do a voice vote, because when there are two people involved in the race for a particular office, nobody is going to do a voice vote. No, nobody is going to say the other person is shut out. At the end of the day, everybody will test his popularity on the ballot box. But the consensus we are talking about is in the sense of the unity list, where most stakeholders have agreed on certain persons. And that is in the mode of a consensus. But consensus in the strict sense of the legal sense of the Electoral Act is that every aspirant to the office has to sign an undertaking. But that is not the case here. Okay. When two people are still insistent on running for an office, all well and good, they'll meet in the field.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for making that clear for us. Thank you for your time. All the best. All right, that was the Honorable Minister for Labour and Employment. We told you earlier that women have come out in full force. We have another vibrant delegate here standing with us. Let's know you, please.
My name is Ambassador Zainab Muhammad. I am the National Coordinator, Women Nigerian Entrepreneurs for Osibanjo. Yes, we are here to support the movement. We are calling on Osibanjo as the entrepreneurs to come out with full force to run for the presidency 2023. Entrepreneurs are the heart of Nigerians, so we need someone who will make it beat.
Okay, beyond the support campaign for the candidates you're talking about, what about women's participation, women coming out to support, and play active role in politics?
That is why we are here as women. We are encouraging women to come out and participate. Without women, there will not be politics, because women have been doing this for a very long time, and I believe everyone is sure about that. Yes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, I don't need to state it further that women are actually bringing out their voices to say that, yes, they can do this thing called politics. Studio, it's back to you.
Ruth, of course, women can actually play politics too, and like they would say, what a man can do, woman can do much better. I'm sure that if women get the positions that the men are getting, will definitely do better than the men. I'm sure everyone would not agree with that point of mine. But before I would find out what you think about women participation in politics in the country, and of course at the political level, I saw you shaking your head when Ruth was talking with one of the delegates, actually Festus Kayamo, about the consensus, arrangement for this convention. What's your take on it, really?
Well, I think the minister's explanation is congent to the point that he explained what consensus in this context means. But I am worried. I am particularly worried because, and I've continued to make that point. You see, we are celebrating the role of the president, the role of the chief executive in holding this party together. There's a problem with it. We must build a political culture that restores power to the individual member of the party, in the sense that you allow for contests. You see, we are beginning to, and unfortunately, the president is not the first to do that. I've continued to maintain that point, that one of the things that President Obasanjo bequeathed to the country is the idea of removing contests in the name of taking away conflict. Let's not there be conflict. But politics, election is a competitive enterprise. Once you take away contest from it, you are now giving. What you are doing is we give him, and once it is we give him, then you are beholden to the giver. And that is why our politics is not growing the way we can. This is fine. Oh, it's a carnival, but we should also come to that point where we are able to find a way for people to contest without necessarily without malice and violence and the rest of them. Otherwise, you will find out that if there is no central figure in the sense in which we are looking at it, when this central figure is out, you need to start a mechanics that now needs to hold the party together. And it's not all the time that you have a personality that has that capacity to always wield, this bricksmanship that the president brought to bear, that we are all celebrating. As nice as it is also important that we bear in mind that the individual member of the party is important. We cannot continue to criminalize aspiration in our country, where people cannot just wake up and say, my brother and friend Ibrahim Modibo can't say, I want to be, except he goes to worship, and gets there's a problem with it. So this is just one part of it. So having said that, for the convention that is going on, I think that temporarily APC has got a relief through the intervention of the president, but it needs to think through much more deeper in terms of how it's going to be able to hold this party together after this central figure is no longer playing this role. Because, like he said, we elect a president. In the constitution of the APC, there is nowhere that you find leader. There is no leader of the party in the constitution of the APC. The president has one party card, as any other person has. But the position he occupies, the resources, the ability to dispense patronage is what makes him this Superman that he has become. Okay? We need to be able to think through and think away from that. If we don't do that, we are going to kill our parties and continue what we inherited from a military infusion that President Obasanjo bequeathed to us, where they don't like contest. They are just afraid they like command. The idea that somebody is contesting anything is abhorrent to their nature. But democracy is about contestation. It's about contestation. So we can celebrate all we want right now, but there is work for us as a people, as a country that wants to build a political system in which my sister, as a woman, like you keep saying, will not need to worship in any shrine before you become anything. And that for me is very critical and important.
Sure. Okay, let's quickly go over to the Eagle Square now before Ibrahim Modibo would react.
suke shiga tana tashin kamshi APC tana ruhin jama'u ga Buhari da mai mara. Ko da kwanan nan sun ja da APC ta basu kasa galashe zaɓuka ƙuri'un jama'a kula da kirkonta ake duba ga Buhari da mai mara wasu da haziki ta biyu ɗaya. Haɗuwar ku a APC ta haifi arziki tilis yawa nuna tsarar hukumu ka taka rawa. Kalla ana ta shari ana fita a dawo APC saboda gaskiya da riko da ita ga Buhari da mai mara. Kowa ya waye ba za mu sake ba wa mabarnata ba su kai mu hallaka kuma ba mu fita ga Buhari da mai mara. APC ke yin kamshin dan goma tana tashe mutan kasar mu sun yi na abu ita ba za mu ƙara zaɓe ba ita ba ga Buhari da mai mara. Haziki da biyar guda. Haɗuwar mu a APC ta haifi arziki tilis mai yawa nuna tsarin mu kuka taka rawa. Kamshin ɗan goma APC take yi kai kula tsafka dubi jam'iyya mai farin jini ga Buhari da mai mara. Mai mara buri sai ta jam'iyya kuma ta saitu mai malabar zo da kurjini ga Buhari da mai mara. Dubi tana aiki tun daga kan masaku sai ka taho zuwa ƙasa da shiyoyi ka gani da addu'a da aiki an ci gaba ga Buhari da mai mara wasu da haziki da biyar ɗaya. Haɗuwar ku a APC ta haifi arziki tilis yawa nuna tsarar mu kuka taka rawa. Buhari yana mulki mai mara na ta aikin jam'iyya saboda talakawan Najeriya ga Buhari da mai mara. Ga 'yancin magana a yau siyasa ba kan tsarin gaskiya. Bana ba wahala ba, gyara ne ka daɗewa. Bana ba wahala ba, gyara ne ka daɗewa. Gyara shi ka daɗewa. Barna ba wahala ba, gyara ne ka daɗewa. Duka mai sanya daidai ko yayi nufi ne. Barna ba wahala ba, to kafin yayi komai ya kira jarrabuwa ne. Gyara ne ka daɗewa. Mai komai sai ya yarda ake yi. Barna ba wahala ba, idan shi ne ɗaya mai yi ba wai wanda yake yi. Gyara ne ka daɗewa. Rabe domin komai dan sarki idan shi ya yi bishiyoyi har ya nufa tsirar sai barna ba wahala ba gyara ne ka daɗewa waje bai san me na ɗaga yake ba barna ba wahala ba mai nema a kusa wannan bai san a daɗe ba gyara ne ka daɗewa ya kasan kun haƙuri ba wai laifin ku bane ba barna ba wahala ba na san an sha wahala kuma ba a so ta daɗe ba gyara ne ka daɗewa shi baban da ya zo ba laifin shi bane ba matsaloli da rasa zarce ayyuki sai barna ba wahala ba.
It's feeling the pause at the Eagle Square. Moved to dance to just like Ibrahim Modibo, who was dancing right here in the studio. Like already established, this national convention is a carnival of some sort, and I'm sure the pictures there and the sounds speak volume to that. So before we went at that musical break, if I must chip in that way, everyone made a valid point that in a bid to avoid conflict, we're throwing away contest. What, because you spoke earlier and you seem to be in support of the consensus issue, do you really think that this is the way to move forward in our political, landscape in this country? Because it's getting to a point, a frightening point, where people who want to contest with certain positions are now threatened to step down for, another candidate. Is that the way to go?
In both content and character. I am sure that Ezion Wogu must have read my mind while speaking on this issue. Or maybe he might have even snatched it from my mouth. Because I strongly believe that as Democrats of conscience, there should be, if you close the door, there should be a window of opportunity for people to contest. Democracy is all about contest. Let me emphasize again. It's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And if you don't involve the people, you just handpick. The allegiance of the person you have picked goes to the sole administrator, so to say. I am of the opinion that if this contest or if this election would have just been this consensus idea, then there wouldn't have been any need for you to allow people to spend their own resources, printing posters, billboards, spending money, traveling across the country, despite the fact that there's even insecurity in the country. People have been able to traverse north, east, west, and south, spending their resources. At the end of the day, you tell them that, look, you don't need contest. I think that hangover that came from the PDP, I think there's a need for us to modify it, to moderate it. Because Mr. President contested. He didn't get the ticket under consensus. He didn't get the ticket free hand. There was a contest and he won. So I am sure there should have been an institutionalization of the process of choosing leaders for the party. Let us start a standard. That's why today APC is parading itself as a party of change. We should change the narrative from what used to be in the PDP to what should be now. My heart goes to some of these chairmanship aspirants, especially Makura, Salifu, the Senator Musa, and others, George Akume, that have been made to step down. So people who are saying that they were not voluntarily asking to step down, but then because of the intervention of Mr. President, and all of them have stated, based on what I read, is because they have honor. They have respect for Mr. President. That's why they've been able to step down.
Talking about that honor, respect for Mr. President, he made a valid point that Mr. President is just one person in that political party who has just one card, also like any other person in the party. So every other person should be free to make a choice also.
Who?
every other person in the political party,
of course,
you know, the delegates.
If you followed what my discussion now, what I'm saying, I'm in support of allowing a very free, fair, and transparent, credible electoral process where we'll find evolution of leadership of the party based not on consensus, but based on the popular votes of the people. Why are people coming in droves, over 7,000 or getting 10,000, coming to the Eagle Square? If there wouldn't be any voting, then the best thing would have been for them to remain in their states and maybe just do a mini conference in all the states and then they get the result. But, however, you see, at this point in time, the president has been able to save the party maybe from disintegration.
Saving the party from disintegration. I'll hold your line of thought at that point.
You would have allowed me just to land.
Okay.
Just maybe a minute or two.
Okay.
Because he has been able to save the party from possible implosion. But there is the need, urgent need, for Mr. President to fix a reconciliatory committee. Otherwise, the unmitigated consequences of this action is better imagined than experienced. Because some of these people have not willingly given this consensus a nod. So they still have that internal grudges. Therefore, there is the need for process of reconciliation seriously within those that have aspired and those that purported to have lost gallantly and those that have won. So there should be humility in victory. And therefore, I strongly want to appeal to Mr. President to use his good offices in trying to bring this reconciliation to also have a post-convention strategic thinking or strategic committee that will bring reconciliation within the contestants.
All right, we'll find out if this national convention will make or mar the party after this break.
We are better, united and stronger. We are ABC.
The unity of the party is being strengthened by the day, and I am very comfortable because being chairman of the convention committee, I can see all the support from the governors. So we're making very good progress, and we're looking forward to the convention on Saturday.
The unity is key to this convention, and we are all united. We are one family. We are going to work together for the success of this convention.
You know, APC is a solid, united family. As you can see, we are united as governors and as members of APC.
The APC National Convention, stronger and more united for a greater Nigeria. Join us on Saturday, 26 March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja. The APC welcomes you.
This Saturday, 26th of March, at the famous Eagle Square, Abuja, APC delegates from across Nigeria will gather to elect a new leadership that will take our great party to the next phase. Esteemed party members, the task ahead marks the beginning of our quest for a worthy successor who will continue the outstanding legacies of President Muhammadu Buhari. Let us elect candidates who are committed to the change agenda and candidates that adhere to Mr. President's heart. And then we will elect a presidential candidate in the coming weeks who will continue, consolidate, and expand the achievements of Mr. President. As we do this, let us think about a loyalist. Think about a candidate whose candidature will end the agitations for a president from the southeast and south-south. Think about a great economist, Godwin Ifeanyichukwu Emefiele, a man that has saved the country from countless economic recessions and challenges, a man that believes wholly in the change agenda of Mr. President. This message is signed by Emefiele Support Group.
The APC welcomes you.
We are better, united and stronger. We are ABC.
All the governors are committed to delivering the convention at 26 successfully.
The governors are united. They are committed to having the convention and supporting the party beyond the convention to ensure that we will win our elections.
The most important thing that we are doing is to reposition the party to a greater height without compromising national interest.
The APC National Convention, stronger and more united for a greater Nigeria. Join us on Saturday, 26 March 2022 at the Eagle Square, Abuja.
It's all about the All Progressives Congress today, because their national convention is coming 638 days after the dissolution of the last substantive National Working Committee. So you can understand why there's excitement in the air, why Abuja is packed full with people. Of course, they want to see a National Working Committee that will lead the party into 2023. Now, that brings me to my next question, because Intinwa already mentioned that we're moving away from contests in the bid to avoid conflicts, trying to just bring up candidates by based on being the leader of the party, or just because we don't want to have issues and all of that. So now, this particular convention is very critical because, of course, very soon we're going to see party primaries. We're going to see the primaries take place. And, of course, 2023 is the future. With the way things are playing out now, what do you think it portends for the party?
First is you need to appreciate how we got here. How did we get to where we are? Did we, at the primaries that the congresses that took place in the states, were there contests, especially in places where APC has governors? If there were no contests, in many places you also had a list. Okay, so you have evolved a culture, and that culture is what I am dealing with. I know that it's convenient, but for me, it's about outsourcing the challenges that you face. You are not having leaders. You are not growing leaders. So the governors appropriate party administration and structure in the states. They push the president, who even doesn't want to do that, because that if I had my brother very clearly, the president has tried as much as possible to be president, but each time they drag him, because of this culture. The governors are lots in their states. Okay, so I am worried that we are killing contests, and I continue to say that. And the reason for that is that we came here now through, apart from the statutory delegates in many states, and I'm aware, and I can say this with every item of confidence that I can muster, that the same unity list was what brought people to where we are now. So in 2023, you are going to have a situation in which the major political parties will also follow this pattern. But the danger that poses is that you are creating a board. What you are is become a board of how do they say it in business? A board of directors who sit down and appoint executive directors, and that's not what democracy is supposed to be. People should be able to,
can tell them what to do and what not to do.
So we should be looking to a situation in which, in 2023, we will have people come to APC and say, I am qualified, I'm a member of this party, I want to be president of the country.
And they'll be allowed
and not just allowed, there will be level playing ground for them to. Because what you do is, like Keyamo was saying, Keyamo didn't say, if you listen to Keyamo carefully, he said, well, we have done a unity list. If you want to go against the grain of the party, come to the field
and test your popularity. All right, thank you, Ezenwa. We'll come back to you, but let's quickly go over to the Eagle Square now. My colleague is standing by.
All right, thank you, studio. Oh, thank you, studio. I think We will continue to get you voices from across so that to make you understand the importance and the very, very beautiful nature of what is going on here. Yes, I have two gentlemen and they are from the legal luminary profession. First, let me speak with the former and immediate Vice Chairman Southwest of the APC, who is here with us. Sir, what have you brought to this convention today?
Well, this is the beauty of democracy. I must say that I'm so excited that we are showcasing to the whole world that APC believes in democracy. We are picking our leaders, and maybe this will be a good example for other parties to follow. We are great, no, contrary to the speculation that maybe the party was going to blow out. We have proved them wrong. That APC, we are getting stronger and stronger every day. So we brought here the beauty of democracy. That yes, we can pick leaders for the party without any rancor, without any fighting, with party members being free to express their intention, to express their preference in the choice of the various leaders that we have. All the delegates are here from all the states in the Federation of Nigeria.
All right. All right, thank you very much. I think this is much we'll be able to get from you. Let's also turn to my right. I also have another gentleman here who is also an important stakeholder as far as this process is concerned. Sir, what's your name, sir?
I am Chief Olusola Oke, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, a chieftain of APC from Ondo State. I think all of us are glad. You can see it since morning, jubilation, celebration, everywhere. We have been able to put the pundits to shame who were predicting that this convention will mark the disintegration of our great party. Rather than disintegrate, the party is waxing stronger, it's ever more united, and in few hours after now, we are going to produce new leadership of the party that will see us through the next elections. What is critical now is that APC is going to transit from one government to another. Our mission is to capture more seats, widen the horizon, and be a party that cannot be beaten in any election. The emerging leadership will give us this. I'm happy. I congratulate our leaders for their resilience, and I congratulate APC members in Nigeria and overseas for this landmark.
Okay, sir, before we let you go, importance at this moment is just yesterday, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, instituted a lawsuit against the APC on this very convention. What's your take on this?
Well, it's a panicky measure. First and foremost, what's the business of PDP in the internal affairs of APC? If they have chosen to go to court, I am a senior advocate of Nigeria. We have army of them in APC. We'll meet them there. But I regard that as a panicky reaction. They are overwhelmed by the popularity of APC. They are overwhelmed by the quality of leadership that we emerge from this convention. So it is understandable that they want to take some frivolous steps. Be rest assured that we have the capacity, we have the tenacity to join issue with them, and it will fade away. It's a storm in a cup of tea. That's the way I want to put it.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and for being a part of this live telecast. We wish you all the best as you proceed with other activities. I also have a female with us here who will be also lending her voice to what she has seen so far from the start and to this moment, and what she's also expecting at the end of the entire process. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Victoria Amu. I'm a delegate from Edo State. I am so happy to be here. This convention has done nothing but to unite us all as APC members. This is a unifying moment for every one of us. We got to see all the delegates, we got to see all the executives, and everybody is reciprocal in their approach to issues. I am happy I am here. I thank God that this came to be. Many thought that this convention would not hold, but this convention actually came to be.
Okay, we want to thank you for your input and insight to the very convention which we are into at this moment. We wish you all the best as you proceed with other things. Okay, studio, before I go back to you, I also have another gentleman, an elder also of the APC, who will also be telling us from his observations what he has seen so far, and probably, even though with the contest that people are contending in the respective positions, people seem to be happy also at this moment.
Yes, obviously. You can see what is happening all around. People are moving around peacefully, no rancor, and you can see all of the people that are contesting today. They are all going around, all the delegates, and of course with their supporters. So you can see that APC is a very peaceful party, and it's highly organized party. And of course, we don't expect less than this, because our party is the largest party in Africa, and you can't beat it. APC in Nigeria today is the party to beat.
Okay, well, going forward, what do you think about sustainability in terms of carrying all the members at the end of this contest? Definitely, some will win and probably some will lose out. What's your call in terms of trying to unite the party moving forward to contest other elections in the country?
Politics is a game of interest, and whatever is happening in APC today is not unusual. I expect that at the end of today's convention, we will have winners, and of course, it is expected that some people will lose. But the important thing is that the majority will win, and the minority will have their say. But more importantly is the fact that all of us will be united again. Those who are aggrieved definitely will have to come on board, and then all of us will move into the next 2023 election together. And I can assure you, like I said before, the APC is the party to beat.
All right, thank you very much for your time and also your perspective to the issues we have here at hand today. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, well, that's not all. I also have Roots here who will also be getting us more voices, across board. Roots, back to you.
Thank you very much, Hatia. I saw your hands were so full, so I decided to give you help. All right, with me here is a member, House of Representative from Ondo State. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Today is a big day. You see everywhere is so rowdy for the All Progressives Congress members. What would you say?
Well, it's not just rowdy. It's a big occasion for the All Progressive Congress. This is a day that we have told the naysayers that APC remains the biggest party in Africa. APC is ready to take Nigeria to the next level. APC is as strong as ever, even stronger than ever. You can see the crowd. You can see how jubilant. You can see how united we are. You can see that we have shown Nigeria that no matter how difficult, how tight things people think APC is, APC will always overcome challenges. You can see the joy. One united family, one big, strong and united APC is what you can see on display today.
And beyond this unity, we see the rancor, the intrigues play out and all of that. What would you want to see differently from party members, if this party must continue to stand firm?
Well, I don't see it as rancor. I see it as disagreement. Politics is a game of disagreement. You disagree to agree. It is normal. You build consensus around disagreements. And that's what we've been able to manage. And that's what makes APC APC. So you can be rest assured that we are coming out of this convention bigger, stronger, more reliable, and getting ready to face the next election to deliver to deliver more goodies to the great people of this country.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
All right. Indeed, a lot of dignitaries are lending their voices here at the Eagle Square for the 2022 National Convention of the All Progressives Congress. We have another delegate standing beside me. Let's know you, sir.
My name is Ambassador Faruk Yabo, the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan from Sokoto State.
Yeah, and I'm sure you'd see Sokoto State actively participating at this convention. What would you say regarding this convention for 2022? How different is it from other conventions in the past?
This is another incredible celebration of our party unity and also celebration of party victory. This is a long-awaited convention. I'm very, very delighted today that our party members are converging to elect the substantive leadership. And I'm sure this will, as always, position the party to victory in the next coming general elections.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Indeed, a lot of activities happening here. The main event has not started properly, but from what we've been giving you, dishing out to you, you could see that members of the APC are patiently waiting for the convention to kick off properly. They don't care what time this will end. All they want to see is that the best candidates emerge victorious today. Studio is back to you.
Many thanks, Ruth. Very interesting interviews there, particularly like the fact that women are eager to speak. We hope that we'll see that same energy play out in the 2023 elections, not just coming out to vote, but hoping that they would be represented in so many elective positions. Talking about contests now, we already dealt with that, before we went over to the Eagle Square, talking about the fact that political parties are beginning to shelve contests and, wanting to settle with consensus in the bid to avoid rancor in the party. But Ibrahim Modibo, you made a valid point earlier. You talked about the fact that after this convention, there will be need for a reconciliatory committee to be set up, because you think that some of the candidates who have stepped down today may not really be happy with that decision. I mean, want to, create some form of disharmony in the party. So now, looking at all that is playing out now, at this national convention, at the All Progressives Congress, we're talking about 2023. What do you think would happen if you were to tell the future?
Well, I'm very sure, based on the credibility, based on the narratives I've so far gotten, from most of the contestants, they are all very articulate Democrats, and Democrats that are called Democrats of conscience. I'm sure that in spite of all the, problems arising here and there, they may not likely think of leaving the party, because this is the biggest party in sub-Saharan Africa for the purpose of emphasis. Now, what will happen? Because to me, and to so many people, Mr. President is not contesting in 2023. He doesn't have any interest. His own is just to guide the party to victory come 2023. He wants to leave a legacy of excellence, a legacy of democratic culture where people base their perception of democracy on government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So I strongly want to believe that Mr. President, as he is, does not have any interest. And to me, I want to believe that to avoid rancor, this concerns something had to crop up. But I am very sure, based on what I've been able to get on the ground and what have you, there are still people that are not happy with the development among the contestants. I'm sure not every one of them must have been at the square. Maybe, I don't know. So to avoid any ill feelings that may arise therefrom, there's a need to have a reconciliatory committee or reconciliatory effort by Mr. President. I'm very happy that he called them before even taking the decision. I think he gave them dinner, sat with them, talked to them, to see to the reason as to why there's a need for us to have a consensus. Now, the major problem that may likely arise is, fundamentally, after this convention, we are going to the presidential primaries. What happens there? Are we also going to toe the line of consensus, or are we going to toe the line of contest? Because in democracy, you must have contest, especially with the crop of refined gentlemen that I've seen, people of character and distinction, that have been able to crop up, looking for the presidency of this country. I am sure that a lot of them will never subscribe to any consensus. They will better go to the field, contest and lose, than to think of having a consensus. Because so far already, some of them have already started spending a lot of their monies, go around the country and then printing posters, television jingles and what have you. So therefore, for now, our party, the great party, the APC, should be able to think of giving a level playing ground for contest. There must be, because if you look at fundamental issues that Mr. President came on board with, when he came on board, he said he wanted to look at the issue of insecurity, look at the issue of corruption, look at the issue of social infrastructure, look at the issue of leaving a legacy of a very transparent and credible electoral process, and also looking at the issue of the judiciary, to give the judiciary that fairness, balance, and equity, so that they operate without let or hindrance. Now, in the course of all this, what we should be thinking about, or what Mr. President should be able to leave as a lasting legacy, is to see that he has left a democratic culture based on the tenets, the norms of democracy, where the people must participate. And therefore, the challenge that we have now, as I've stated, for the purpose of emphasis once again, is to have a formidable force, a team that is coherent, confident, and also purposeful, with a view to going into the presidential primaries as a team, so that when we go into the team, we'll be able to remove the chaff from the grains. We'll be able to pick a candidate based on philosophies, based on his own credible or articulate positions, his manifesto. Unlike now, we've seen that we've not known what this convention would have allowed us the opportunity to listen to all the chairmanship candidates, their manifesto, tell us what you want to do to your party, and then sell yourselves based on the credibility and their profile. But that has not been done. So for us now to think ahead, we have to look at the presidential primaries, where there will be level playing ground for this party to move forward, because we don't want implosion already. This party is moving forward. People are moving in every day. People are coming into the party, and therefore this party is becoming too wide. It's just like a mosque or a church where there will be no get man, and therefore people must come in. So if they come in, the more the merrier. But then we should set standard of transparency, standard of credibility, and also standard of giving free level field for people to move in and contest without fear or favor.
You said something, I'm sure isn't one will react to that. He keeps saying that the All Progressives Congress is the largest party. Just to remind him that before the APC came on board, we had the largest political party also, and I'm sure some mistakes were made by that party, and that's why we have the APC. Now we'll talk about all of that much later, but let's talk about another issue, and that's talking about zoning. Consensus for this National Working Committee, which this convention is set to bring on board. The chairmanship position was zoned to the North Central, and of course, as we move into 2023, the zoning issue would also come into play. Do you really think that political parties should continue that line, or it should be an issue, like he said, who is credible, come out, tell us what you can do, and then we decide?
Well, I know the origin of the idea of zoning and the philosophy behind it. I have different positions around it. I have one that is personal to me. I don't like it. I don't like zoning as a person. I would wish that we're able to become that kind of country where anybody from anywhere, that's ideal, because I'm an idealist, so you have to fathom that. So that's one part. But reality is also pushed us to the point where the heterogeneous nature of our country desires that if you don't zone a particular, because everything you suffer at the national, people suffer in their states. If you are from a state like Benue, for instance, by the nature of that state, if you are not from a particular tribe, you may never be governor of that state if there is no zoning. All right? If you are from Kogi, you may never be. If you are from my state, Imo State, okay, by the nature of that state, if you are not from a particular area of that state, you may never be governor if there is no zoning. to be able to settle some of these challenges, zoning was introduced. But it's supposed to just be a temporary interventionist process to building the kind of country that we want. It cannot become a permanent, you understand? Because those who introduced it are trying to get out of the issues around marginalization, the issues around, and all of those things that are pulling at the very, heart of our country. So for today, I will support zoning because it's able to deal with, because in every place where you go to, you can always find the best. Like it's zoned to Nasarawa now. About 6 or 7 aspirants came for the chairmanship position of the APC, and without being immodest, all of those people who showed interest have been in the public's face. So we know them. Former governors, former this, former that, okay, showed interest. But at the end of the day, it's now narrowed to an individual. So there can even be contest in the places where it is zoned. So I'm for zoning as a temporary, measure to deal with the challenges of nationhood that we are presently going through. But we must also be thinking, because many times nation building must have people who are idealists, people who are thinking to, in the next few years, is it possible? Because when somebody is saying the son of a nobody, you hear that we want a country where the son of a nobody can become somebody. All of those kind of cliches need to propel us to that point where we are thinking that we must be able to build a nation in which merit, character, integrity, not religion, not ethnicity, not because really, did we contribute in being born anywhere? I woke up and became Igbo. I had no hand in it. I didn't contribute anything to being an Igbo.
Okay, thank you so much, Ezewa. Of course, you are Igbo and you didn't contribute to it, and I know that you understand Igbo language.
What I'm saying
very well. I'm going to get back to you, and I'm sure that you also understand Hausa language very well. So at this point, we'll continue with this interview right here in the studio, but let's go over to the Eagle Square, because we've been conversing in English so far, and I'm thinking that Ezenwa's brother in somewhere in the east, or Ibrahim's sister somewhere in the north, may not be carried along with this conversation. So we'll go over to Eagle Square, where we'll have our correspondent speak in 3 languages. We have Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, so we can carry everyone along. I want Ezenwa's brother to understand what he's saying right here in the studio.
Thank you very much, studio. Thank you for linking with us. We are here live at the Eagle Square, venue of the APC National Convention 2022. But permit me to, please, studio, speak with my guest in our local languages, which is Hausa. Can we proceed? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Kwatanta mana da Allah irin yadda ka gane yadda wanda wajen babban taro na jam'iyyar APC na shekara ta 2022 ya kasance.
To, salamu alaikum. Sunana Honorable Faruk Slagaro daga jihar Kano. A gaskiya wannan taro na APC taro ne da aka tsara shi ya tsaru da ban taba ganin irin taro na siyasa a ƙasar nan ko in ce a Najeriya kamar wannan taro da APC ta tsara. Ana taro lafiya, kowa ya natsu, ana barin iya mutanen da suke da alhaki su zo su kada ƙuri'a su, ma'ana masu ƙuri'a delegate. Securities jami'an tsaro suna ƙoƙarin su. Mutanen APC mutane ne masu daraja, masu da'a, masu hankali. Muna da gwamnoni manyan mutane masu hankali, so kowa yana da'a, ana shewa, ana jin daɗi, kuma za a yi sulhu, a fito da an ma yi sulhu, ma'ana an cima matsaya akan jagororin da aka yadda su zo su tafiyar da wannan mulki na shugabancin jam'iyya har ya kai mu ga nasara ga mu sake kafa shugaban ƙasa a Najeriya, kuma mu sake kafa gwamnoni a jihohi 35 da muke da su na ƙasar nan. Wannan jam'iyya ta mu ta APC ita ce babbar jam'iyya da duk yankin Afirka babu jam'iyya babba kamata. Kuma alhamdulillah muna godiya ga shugaban ƙasa janar Muhammadu Buhari a bisa irin salon mulki da adalci da yake tafiyar da shi a cikin jam'iyyar APC da Najeriya, da kuma irin gwamnan mu Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje da adalci da yake yi a jihar mu ta Kano wacce cibiyar kasuwanci ce, kuma APC ita ta cinye zaɓe, kuma da izinin Allah da wannan taro da muke gani shi an tsara shi za mu sake cinye taron mu a Najeriya baki daya.
Wani kira za ka yi ga sauran 'yan Najeriya wajen ganin sun ci gaba da goyon baya da kyawun matakai da shugaban Najeriya Muhammadu Buhari ke ɗauka wajen ganin an ciyar da Najeriya gaba da ma al'ummar ta baki daya.
To mu mutanen Najeriya ba abin da za mu yi sai dai godiya da Allah ya ba mu janar Muhammadu Buhari a matsayin shugaban ƙasa. Yana faɗa cewa sai ya tafi za a ga ƙoƙarinsa. A gaskiya yana iyakar bakacin ƙoƙarinsa musamman akan harkar tsaro, inda ba shi bane da lalacewa za ta iya fin yanzu. So muna godiya gare shi, kuma muna kira da jama'a na jam'iyyar APC da ma na Najeriya gaba ɗaya in mun tashi mu tsayar da mutane irin janar Buhari masu halinsa da za su zo su dora daga inda ya tsaya akan aikinsa na alkhairi.
Muna matuƙar godiya.
To ina godiya.
Okay, this is my first guest. He spoke extensively in the kind of support that the members were actually giving to the party at their level of turnout during today's convention, APC Convention 2022. Let me also now interview my second guest, by my right hand. Yana bai a matsayinka na matashi ya ka kalli irin wannan babban taro da aka shirya, kuma wani irin darasi yake baku a matsayin ku da matasa wajen ganin cewa kun dora akan abubuwan da su shugabanni suke kokarin aka tubalin su a yanzu.
To alhamdulillah, abun farko shine kamar yadda ka gani dole mu gode ma Allah kasancewar an fara taro lafiya har ya zuwa yanzu da nike magana da kai, babu wanda ya rasa ran shi, babu wanda ya ji ciwo, kuma abu yana ta tafiya kamar yadda kowa yake fata. Sai abu na biyu, abin da muka koya daga gare shi a matsayinmu na matasa shine mu tabbatar da cewa APC ta ba mu dama da ya cancanta ta ba mu a matsayinmu na matasa. Shi yasa duk abin da za a yi na matasa muke shigowa ciki mu tabbatar da cewa oke matasa suna da representation da ya kamata a ce suna da shi a cikin jam'iyya. Mun hito, ni na tsaya takara ta mataimakin matasa na ƙasa da aka yi zonin zuwa zon dinmu, amma abubuwa suka taso na janye saboda internal crisis da ake samu a cikin jam'iyya. But amma ya kamata a lura da mu matasa da muke tasowa da irin gudunmuwar da muke kaba jam'iyya a koda yaushe, ba tare da lura da cewa oke mun san wani ko ba mu san wani ba, me muka taɓa yi ma jam'iyya ko kuma me muke da shi wanda za mu ba ma jam'iyya. Ya kamata ko da yaushe a zauna da mu a ji abin da muke da shi, ba wai wanda wani daga gwamna ko wani dan takara zai kawo ya ce oke wannan shine muke tare da shi, a yi mashi wani abu ko a bashi wani matsayi.
Wanda kira za ka yi ga sauran 'yan uwanka matasa wajen ganin sun ci gaba da bayan nuna cikakken goyon baya ga wannan gwamnati dangane da al'amuran da suka shafi na ci gaba, kuma wajen ganin cewa sun kasance da kyawawan ɗabi'u musamman a yanzu da muke fuskantar zaɓe na shekara ta 2023.
To ni babban kirana ga matasa shine mu zauna lafiya, mu tsaya mu san ciwon kanmu. Duk idan kowane tattalin arziki na ƙasa yana bisa gadon bayan matasan ƙasan ne. Idan matasa sun tsaya sun san ciwon kansu, sun yi abin da ya dace, dole ƙasa ta tafi daidai, saboda in sun tsaya daidai da rana ɗaya da ran matasa ya ɓaci sai kaga al'amuran gwamnati sun ƙi daidaita. To don haka in muka haɗa kanmu muka tsaya muka ce ga abin da muke so gwamnati ta yi, dole gwamnati za ta yi. To ina kira ga matasa mu haɗa kanmu, mu tsaya mu daina bin abun duniya da ya rinka raba kanmu, mu samu waɗanda suke da hankali da ilimi a cikinmu, mu sa su gaba idan muna da wata bukata daga wurin gwamnati, mu poshuyin bukatar mu a hankali, ta hankali da ilimi da siyasa. Sannan kuma mu ba gwamnati goyon baya a duk inda gwamnati ke neman goyon bayan mu, ba tare da ta ci zarafi ko haƙƙin mu ba. A inda kuma za ta ci zarafin mu ko haƙƙin mu, mu nuna ma gwamnati oke wannan matsala ce ta cin haƙƙin mu, mu sa full stop, mu sa matsaya a wurin mu ce oke a wannan ba za mu ɗauka ba, amma ta hanya ta lumana da ruwan sanyi da siyasa da diplomasiya.
Thank you very much. What about Eric?
To Nima na gode.
My second guest speaks on the need for Nigerians to make sacrifices, especially as youth, to ensure that they help in contributing for development of this country. He was also as well urged the need for the younger ones to vie for political office to ensure that at least they contribute to their they contribute their quota to the development of the country. Studio, I now hand you over to my colleague Amarachuku Omenka, who is going to make some other interviews in the Igbo language. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fisayo. I'm here with an honorable member. Please, can you tell us your name?
My name is Honorable Uchenwu Osumaklemi.
Okay, Fisayo, can I crave your indulgence to interview him in Igbo language? Thank you.
Yeah.
What are you here now about it?
Ihe na-eme n'ụbọchị taa wụ convention ndị APC na Nigeria.
Kedu otu isi hụ ihe a na-eme ugbu a?
Ihe a na-eme taa mara m mma n'anya. O gosi na pati APC wụ pati eji aga mba. Pati nwere ọganihu, pati nwere ịhụnanya. Taa president na ndị pati ya akpọkọtara ụmụnne anyị niile, ndị si ma ndị n'ugwu Hausa ma ndị si Igbo ma ndị si mba mmiri abịa together ka a họpụta ndị ga-achị the party for the next 4 years na-abịa abịa. I'm very, very happy. Obiọma na-akpa m na ihe niile a na-eme taa na-aga n'anya ya na ndị mmadụ pụtakwara n'igwe ịhọpụta onye ga-achọ anyị na pati n'afọ 2022 to 2026.
Kedu otu isi hụ maka ọrụ nchekwa nke ndị ebe a?
Ọrụ nchekwa nke dị ebe a ndị ọrụ ha wụ kọmitii ichekwa ihe a na-eme ya ha mere ya ọfụma. Ha gbalịrị nnọọ ike ha ịgba mbọ na ma ndị uwe ojii ma ndị amị na ndị niile dị iche iche ma ndị na-elekọta ọganihu nke het ha nọ hia na-eme ka ihe na-aga ọfụma. People nọ hia na-eri ndị na-aṅụ mmiri ihe niile na-aga n'anya ya. I'm very, very happy. O na-akpa m obiọma because ndị mmadụ chebu na party APC aga emenwu this convention, but by the special grace of God everything na-aga ọfụma. Ndị governors niile nọ nga, ndị senators niile nọ here, House of Assembly, national, everywhere. Udo na-achị n'ime Eagle Square here ebe anyị nọ. Obiọma akpara m. Even governor Imo State ọ kpara mbọ kpọkọta ndị otu ya ụmụnne ya niile sị ha bịa ka akwado Muhammad Buhari wụ president ka e nwee ike họpụta ndị ga-achị pati anyị ka pati anyị nwere ike bụrụ pati eji aga mba, pati ga-enwe mmeri, pati ga-enwe president 2023. Obiọma na-akpa m well.
Thank you, Fisayo. He's from Imo State. He said the security situation here is... Hello, Fisayo. Okay.
I can hear you.
I can hear you well. Okay. He said that the security situation here is well and they are ready for the convention. Hello?
All right. Thank you so much, Amarachuku.
Hello?
All right.
I can hear you well.
Okay. I'm sure we'll come over to you much later as soon as...
Okay, thank you. I can go, Abi.
All right. Many thanks to my colleagues on the field there, trying to, bring other dialects in this conversation just so that we can carry everyone along. And, before we went on that break right here in the studio, Ezenwa actually made a point talking about the fact that it's important that, some positions are zoned just so that, everyone will be given a sense of belonging, because if you do not zone, some ethnic groups may never ever get a taste, leadership position in the country. Okay, we'll go over now to the Eagle Square. I'm sure we have some more interviews before we join one of our respondents who is live in Ibadan.
welcome them to Eagle Square. Thank you, studio, for joining us back. We've done interviews in Hausa, we've done interviews in Igbo, and now it's time to do an interview in Yoruba. And then, if you don't mind, let's know who our guest is. You now turn to Yoruba. And then when it's done in Yoruba, you now say all he said in Yoruba, back to them in English, and then hand over back to them. So it's not big.
Hello, yes, this is Kazim. Okay,